Already start off hitting my desk. Nice. Alright, sorry, I forgot to clear my throat because I hadn't spoken at all this morning. First words to come out of my mouth are, oops, hit my desk. Hello everyone. Hi, welcome to today's EU5 Yapping stream. Hello everybody, hi. Hi Mr. Overheat, hi Betseg. Betseg? I haven't seen that name in a while. Hold on. Mods, do an investigation. Oh, it actually hasn't been that long, that's crazy. I guess I just, I missed the Victoria 3 stream that you were chatting in. Or I missed you in that stream, because it was a collab, so there you go. Like a large yappuccino, please, coming right up. Me, myself, I actually have, listen to this, hold on. That's this stream's monster. That is, my heart attack for today. Hey Charlie, hi Palias. Wait, no, there was a different way to say your name that I'm forgetting. P-Lias or something, right? Something closer to that? Hey Phil the Penguin. Hi Cheesecake. Hi Nano. Relatable once went for 2 weeks without talking. Okay, that's a little more extreme. That's a little a little longer. For me it was like 12 hours, but like you do you, I guess. Anyway, I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend so far. Has had a wonderful weekend so far. I had a great day yesterday, because I went out for a hike. And then after the hike, I went to a restaurant with my friends. And then after going to the restaurant, I went to a movie with my friends. Had a whole day. It was great. We ended up seeing Smile 2, the horror movie that came out like 2 days ago. So I'm not going to give spoilers, because it's like really newly out. But man, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but like something about like horror movies and horror games, I've somehow gotten like worse at dealing with over time. It's kind of weird. Like when I was younger, I'd be able to watch horror movies no problem. I used to like binge them with my brother, just like watch a bunch of horror movies. But nowadays, I was like stressed the whole time watching that movie. Maybe it's just a really good horror movie. Maybe it's really effective, but I was so stressed the entire time. It's really good though. Like it's really good in terms of being a horror movie. It does all the things that the horror movie is supposed to do, and it does them well. So, good movie, just like, man, stressed the entire time. Hey Salt, greetings there, I made it to a stream for once. Can't wait to see 3 dev diaries being turned into 3 hours of yap. It's actually 4 dev diaries, thank you. So 4 hours of yap. YouTube was being weird, I watched the Vic 3 collab in Twitch. Ah, I see. Hi Aura. Sounds like a good day to me. It was a great day. It was a great day, especially because the restaurant we went to was like a really specific one. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet that we go to like once or twice a year. And every time we go, we try to like beat our previous record of how much food we eat. Because like, it's not just like me and a few people. It's like we have a group of 10 people showing up to this restaurant. So we're like, alright, we have to get down to business. Good times. Anyway, I think it's been long enough for most people who are interested, or who have gotten the notification at the very least, to want to hop in here. I'm gonna make sure I still have everything else set the way it's supposed to be. That's where it's supposed to be, that's where it's supposed to be. Okay, nice. Alright, I think we could even get started if we wanted to. Why not? There we go. So we have 4 dev diaries to work with today. Hold on, let me pull them up real quick. There we go. We have 4 to get through. We have the Tinto Talks number 32 and 33, and then we have the Tinto Maps 22 and 23. That's what we have for today. Do you watch sports? I actually do not watch sports. I think the last time I watched sports was when I was, I think in elementary school, not even like middle school. That was the last time I like watched sports in a capacity that I kind of cared, and it was hockey, because of course it would be. Is the dwarf video almost ready? No. There are further production delays on that, but hopefully by the end of this upcoming week it will be. The delays are very valid, I would like to add. Like, there's no one to blame for them in this case. Like, it is what it is in this case, but it's unfortunate. I watch real sports, EU4 esports, Speed 5 and Parabellum, so real. The only sports that matter. You can also look at some later October changes that was posted by Johan 7 hours ago. Man, I'm on top of things today. Sure. Someone will have to remind me of that though, because I don't know where to find that. Here, maybe it's gonna be in this direction. Tinto Talks. 7 hours ago. We have 1 minute ago. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. I'm so stupid. I was like, a minute ago. Never mind, that's a comment was left a minute ago. And then I read the actual number and I'm like, oh, never mind, that's one that we're looking at already. So this was literally today at... Oh, hold on, Saturday building, 19th of October? That's yesterday as well. So we have the maps on Friday. We have something from yesterday, actually, so I'll pull that up as well. And then we have something from today, so I'll grab those as well, and I'll put them right at the end. There we go. Sometimes with editing, you get hit by a brick and you can't get it done as soon as you'd like. Yeah, pretty much. Just, you know, things happen sometimes. Alrighty. Shaping up to be another 7 hours long yapping session. Yeah, we started out with like 4 things, and now I'm looking at like 6 things. 6 things we have to get through. Saturday building threads are just teasers of building UI each week? Based? I haven't looked at any of them, so I might as well, right? Okay, you know what? Let's try and make this like less than 7 hours, because at around 4 or maybe 4:30, I do have like a slightly stricter cutoff. You know, I can't go for a full 7 hours. It's already 11. So hopefully we can fit this into like less than 5 hours, right? We probably can. I don't think it's really gonna, it's gonna take that long. But we might as well get started. So first is the background music a good volume? Is it too loud, too quiet maybe? Just to make sure. I've been like fiddling around with my mic settings a little to try to make sure that I can like not get the weird thing that happens in the background occasionally. It's good? That's good to hear. Alright, in that case, let's get started. So, Tinto Talks number 32, 9th of October, talking about rebel factions. Is that the first one actually? Hold on, 32, that's 33, that is the correct one, perfect, okay. So first we have these gentlemen with their flintlocks, I think. That looks like a flintlock. Not a matchlock, except I actually don't know the difference. Hold on. Flintlock has like the flint, and then a matchlock requires being set on fire first, right? Yeah. Matchlocks require lighting a fuse. Flintlocks require just having the flint that strikes the plate. Okay, never mind. So those are probably flintlock then. Nice. Because that's what they look like to me. Hey, Mono. How's it going? Alright. So today we're talking about rebels. These, to me, appear like they would be... I don't know. English or American rebels, like 18th century style maybe. That's kind of what it looks like to me. Okay. Welcome to another Tinto Talks, the Happy Wednesday, where we talk about our upcoming unannounced supercalifragilisticexpialidocious game with the codename Project Caesar. Today we will talk about what happens when some of the pops in your country are not entirely convinced of its greatness. Rebels. I love rebellions. I love separatist movements. My favorite thing to deal with in EU4. Hopefully they're done better than they are currently in EU4 though. But we'll see. Because I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about the way that rebels actually don't really matter in EU4 at all. And how, like, that should probably be changed. Probably. But we'll see. Love playing Genoa and having rebels all across the Mediterranean. True. Yeah, rebels only really seem to matter when they pop up in some obscure part of your country and then you completely forget. And then, like, they gain independence because you forgot to move an army to, like, one island in the Pacific. It's great. Didn't he say it'll be like Imperator in a previous dev diary? Like Imperator Rebels? I actually don't remember how Rebels work in Imperator. I do not play enough Imperator Rome. Actually, that's wrong. I play an average amount of Imperator Rome. Probably more than average. Maybe you should give us your idea of the best rebels before reading. Okay, yeah, you know what? Let's pad time on this stream. Why not? What would I conceive of as being like a good rebel system before we end up reading what they actually want to do? Obviously different types of rebels. That's a no-brainer. But I think rebels should be able to petition for international aid. Rebels should be able to like ask rivals of the country that they're rebelling against for aid. They should have a type of alignment. I think rebel movements should also be able to coordinate transnational boundaries. If they have like a particular movement, they should be able to agitate in multiple countries at the same time and rise up as a unified group. They should gain a lot of influence or attempt to push during major wars that the country is fighting with like a rival power or something. So like if you're say you're like Britain fighting France and you have, I don't know, you've just taken control of some part of, I don't know, India, and there's a lot of unrest. If you go to war with France and your army is really caught up in that, then they should try to agitate. They should try to, like, seize the opportunity while the country's in turmoil, fighting a major war against, like, a rival power that they need to focus all their energy on. So they should be opportunistic. They should be able to receive or petition for foreign aid from countries that want to, like, support the rebels. I don't know how that works in terms of, like, military tactics or numbers or whatever, but yeah. Those are my ideas so far. Now let's actually read what they have in mind. Let's see. The best kind of rebels are the ones in some random HRE provinces that proceed to wipe half the HRE when moving. The best rebels are actually the Danish pretender rebels in EU4 because they take a trip around the entirety of the Baltics. They go down through Denmark all the way around and then back into Scandinavia to reach Denmark's provinces closer to Sweden. So that's cool. That's good stuff. Portuguese pretenders going all the way around the Mediterranean to get to Ceuta. True. I don't think rebels should have proper weapons. I think rebels should be able to have proper weapons if given, like, just a bunch of weapons from a foreign power, you know? If a foreign power decides to, like, arm rebel groups in your country, that should be a thing that, like, makes the rebels stronger, you know? But we'll see. Let's actually, like, take a look at this. Alright. So there are 5 different categories that a rebel faction can belong to. We have the nationalists for all independence movements, that makes sense. The pretenders for when they want another ruler. I'm thinking about this and how, like, never mind, they'll probably get to this. Slave for when they want to be free, okay. Religious, if a different religious group wants... Religious, if a different religious group... Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't quite read that. It was not parsing in my brain. If a different religious group, they will want independence. If not, then they will seek to convert the country. So if they're heretics, they'll try to convert the country. And if they are a different religious group completely, i.e. what we call heathens in EU4, then they will try to separate from the country, which is interesting. You know, I guess you won't be allowed to do the whole, like, I did a run once where I played as Tunis and I swapped to Christianity and formed Rome. I guess you're not allowed to do that anymore, which is interesting. At least you can't use rebels to convert to completely different religions. Now you can swap between, like, sects of a particular religion using rebels, I guess. But otherwise, those rebels will just want independence. I guess if they win and siege down everything, the different religious group, then maybe the entire country, you know, quote, becomes independent in a way where it destroys the first country and just establishes a new country. Maybe that could technically count, but I don't know what the follow-through on that is from the player experience. Like, do you just lose the game or do you become a new country in that case? I don't know. I think you can. Look in the comments. Okay. Well, we'll get there. You know what? Yeah, we will get there. This is just the way that I'm interpreting this sentence. Then we have estates for when they are really unhappy and want their society to change. Oh, right, yes, because estates can now push for particular societal values. No more Nahuatl Ryukyu. Tragic. No more Mayan Ryukyu, that's the real tragedy. Mayan Ryukyu is absolutely cracked. No more Mayan Horde Ryukyu 1734 World Conquest. You missed the middle one? Slaves for when they want to be free? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that one. I'm pretty sure I did. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you're crazy. Maybe I'm getting one guide. Let's see. Sardinian Patriots. Nationalist Rebels. Pops. Ooh, right. Pops are part of Rebels now. Has multiple locations. Support Rebels 0. Okay. These rebels are working towards Sardinian independence. They will create a revolt when they are ready. Okay, so it's not like the chance-based stuff that we have in EU4, which I personally don't like that much. You know, rebels are not a huge problem in EU4, but the fact that they are, like, chance-based is kind of annoying. Which is why I was so glad when they added the ability to force rebels to rise up. Because it's like, okay, I don't want to spend the next 7 months raising my army maintenance just in case I have to deal with you. You know, it should be more predictable than that, I think. So this is good. I like it has like a progress wheel instead of like a percent chance. Fair number of pops and 12 locations. This could be a challenge. Now let's go back to Tinto Talks number 17, where we first mentioned that pops have satisfaction. And when that is low enough, a pop will join a rebel faction. The levels at which a pop joins or leaves a faction have some different factors, but the way to keep a pop from joining a rebel is to make sure that they are satisfied with life. Okay. Now let's take a look at some Sardinian peasants in Cagliari, which has been recently conquered by Aragon just before the start of the game. Satisfaction of Sardinian peasants in Cagliari, one part of Sardinia, I think. The southern part, maybe? I don't quite remember. So, we have the base happiness, this is their satisfaction, is at 0%. Sheesh. Prices for the needs of the population, okay. Tolerance for Catholicism, makes sense. Sardinian view of Catalan. I don't think they've touched on this yet. Sardinian view of Catalan. Interesting. Lacking wine and legumes. That decreases it a lot. The elephant in the room, obviously, is the minus 50% for being conquered. Sheesh. I'm sure people will find ways to exploit the system and do stupid things. I mean, of course they will. Like, are you kidding me? We're talking about paradox games. If people didn't figure out the ways to min-max things in the stupidest way possible to get, like, the smallest edge imaginable, like, yeah. It wouldn't be a paradox game if people didn't do that. Sadly, we cannot make the commoners' estate more happy in Aragon as they are already at 100% satisfaction, so the plus 25% bonus is the maximum we can get. Okay, so if pop satisfaction is below 18%, but it looks like you can hover over this, which means it might be variable. I imagine there's going to be some kind of modifier which can raise the minimum satisfaction requirement, or rather, raise the maximum that you can have and still have somebody join a rebellion. One obvious solution... Oh, sorry, hold on, I didn't actually read the whole thing. Otherwise, to make the estates happy, you can always reduce taxes or grant them more privileges. That makes sense. One obvious solution here is to make them integrated, which would reduce the conquered penalty of 50% to 10%. So this doesn't go down naturally, I guess. That's interesting. So when a population is conquered, it just becomes like a flat 50% conquered modifier permanently, I guess, until you do something about it. That's interesting. Okay. That definitely makes it a little bit harder to expand, like, at all. Because, yeah, as he mentions, it's gonna take, like, 25 years to integrate them to reduce this penalty. So that's, like, pretty crippling, to be honest. Okay. That'll take 25 years, which may not be quick enough to avoid an uprising. If we build a castle, we could add another 10% satisfaction, and we could station an army here to keep the peasants in line. I see. So it requires active solutions to counteract this problem. When you conquer a territory, you need to build buildings to increase satisfaction and station armies there to keep the peasants in line. I imagine that means we're going to have a very similar type of situation to EU4's mass rebel suppression, where you can have one army that can work on a bunch of tiles at the same time, because there are like a billion tiles in EU5, so there's no way it's going to be a tile-based system. Not individual, at least. That would make sense. As they lack access to wine and legumes, and currently trade in a Muslim market, we could try to deny market access to Al Jazair, and they would be slightly happier as the wine would be easier to get from an Italian market. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. They're lacking wine and legumes. I don't know what's up with the legumes, but the wine would kind of make sense. If they're in a Muslim market, there's probably not going to be a lot of wine production, which is in stark contrast to, say, for Catholicism, which kind of requires wine. It's like one of the big things that's necessary during, someone help me out here, communion, I think? Wine is I think, a big part of that. So yeah, they'd be pretty upset if they don't have access to wine. Maybe legumes is the only source of protein some people would have. Possible, but... Well, okay, also think about, like, No, actually, you're right. I'm the one who should have thought about it. Yeah, because a lot of people are not going to have access to protein. If you could afford to kill livestock, it was usually because you were rich. You know, especially livestock that still produces something, right? So, like, say chickens. For you to afford to be able to just kill a chicken on a whim to have for dinner, you had to be rich for that, right? Most people who had chickens, like, they kept them around for eggs. Of course they did. And, especially, like each animal that was sort of used for meat was also used for other things, except maybe pigs. I don't actually know what the use for pigs would have been, other than just providing meat. Let's say for, like, cows, that's, like, milk, obviously. It's also, I was gonna say manpower, but obviously it isn't. Like, workhorse power, kind of, right? Chickens provided eggs. Sheep provided wool. Waste management for pigs? Maybe. That's true. Then probably pigs were not that hard to raise. Maybe that's why. Because pigs would just, like, eat pretty much anything. So maybe that's why they were kept around. But yeah. So maybe legumes would actually be one of the only sources of protein that people would have on a regular basis. Could be legumes also, since dried legumes last a long while, and this is pre-potato Europe. True. This seems like a way to stop the player from conquering land in multiple directions, since you need both stuff and station armies in both places. Or just core it. Well, yeah, so you'd need to core it, obviously. Like, the idea behind this would be eventually you would integrate it, which would reduce the penalty, but until it's done, you do need to station armies, which makes sense. That creates, like, a pretty intuitive feedback loop, or gameplay loop, rather, sorry. So, like, you conquer something, you're like, okay, I need to establish my presence in this area. I can't just own it and then do nothing with it. Obviously, people are going to be upset. They might start a rebellion, so you conquer something. Okay, station the army. Let's build a few buildings while you're integrating it, so that hopefully you don't get a rebellion, or maybe the rebellions are fine. But I would assume in this case, rebellions are not going to be as fine as, say, in EU4, because of course in EU4, a rebellion is just like, the rebels pop out of nowhere, you know? They are conjured up out of thin air, you know? 30,000 men created from nothing, right? They don't actually exist in the game, they just sort of exist out of nowhere. They come out of the magical portal that spawns rebels. But in EU5, those are people. Like, people. Actual pops. If you kill them, you're killing actual, like, people in the game. Like, you know, you put down a rebellion by force, that's a part of the population that's dead now. So, and is that actually going to solve the problem? Temporarily, but it's probably not going to make them long-term happy. It's probably going to make them, like, quite a bit more upset, you know? It might even lead to like a stronger rebellion further down the line, you know? Maybe it's not going to be the same as EU4, where, you know, put down a rebellion and pretty much you don't have to do that again. Like, congrats, you're good. Unless you reduce autonomy, and then you might have to fight it a second time, and then after that you're usually good. The Temujin solution, There is one way of making sure people don't rebel against you, and that is if there are no more people left. So the optimal way to true happiness is the Mongolian-style fun times then, perhaps. Maybe, we'll see. All of this would make make the satisfaction positive at least, but we need to get it above 29%. Why is that? Okay. So there's actually a gray area. Below 18%, they join a rebellion. I don't like how it says the pop will join a rebel. Weird stuff. Anyway. But there is a gray area where they're not rebels, but they're also not loyal. It's kind of in between. That's interesting. So they become loyal if satisfaction rises above 29%. Okay. Pop join rebels threshold from stability. Okay, so the less stable your country is, then the lower the threshold to join a rebellion. Or sorry, yeah, okay, so the better your stability is, the lower the threshold. And I imagine the worse your stability is, then the lower the, or sorry, the technically, yeah, the higher the thresholds, because, you know, it consists of more people. Yeah, okay. So the less stable your country is, the more it sucks. Sadly, we cannot yet use the pacify population cabinet action, which you can get in the Age of Absolutism, which reduces the threshold for joining rebels by 5 to 10%, depending on the competence of your monarch and cabinet. Interesting. If we go back to the rebel factions again, they have a progress value, where, when it reaches 100, and here are the rebels, which will take about 23 years. I'm really having trouble parsing this one, hold on. If we go back to the rebel factions again, they have a progress value, where, when it reaches 100%, and here are the rebels, which will take about 23 years. So the uprising is likely to happen before the integration is done. Okay, it's just like a... Maybe I'm crazy, I think it's just like a weirdly put together sentence. Unless you can weaken their power or increase control over their territory so they get less money. Okay. So this is all to say, like, you probably can't integrate it fast enough. Like, either you're going to have a rebellion or you'll have to do something to slow down the rebellion so that you can integrate it. Or increase control over the territories so they get less money. Increase control over the territories so they get less money. So the rebels get less money. Oh, I see. So when you lack control, then the rebels actually siphon money out of the province. That's interesting. This means that, like, much wealthier areas are going to be much, well, like, they're going to be better equipped. They might be stronger in theory, or at least they're going to be faster. Areas that have, like, a lot of wealth are going to rise up faster. Interesting. Just don't lose the mandate. True. Just cross your fingers that no earthquakes happen during your reign. I wonder how awful keeping China stable will be. I hope it's a slog. I hope it's, like, brutal. I hope when I boot up playing China in EU5, it is, like, one of the hardest experiences of my life. Because it should be. Otherwise, it's gonna be, I'd assume, probably, like, really easy. I mean, we know for a fact that there's going to be the Red Turban Rebellion at the start of the game. Because you're playing as Yuan. And so Yuan's gonna get kicked in, pretty much. Probably survivable as the player, through some way, but, like, I hope it's difficult. I want it to be difficult. Can you start as a rebel faction? That would be super interesting. I don't think so. There doesn't seem to be anything indicating that rebels would be playable. But maybe if rebels spawn, maybe if they're already present, then you can swap to them. If that's what you mean, maybe. I hope that will come as a DLC. That would be pretty cool. Wonder how frequently Ming will win the Battle Royale? Who knows, really? I don't know what conditions made it possible for Ming to... Well, first of all, I actually don't know that much about that period of history in China, so the Red Turban Rebellion, I don't know that much about it. So I don't actually know how Ming established itself, and so I don't know what conditions would be necessary to make that reliable. The fact that you can play as literal building-based nations is insane enough. True. You know what? You probably could play as rebellions. Maybe you can play as a group of rebels that exist in multiple countries at the same time. I don't know. And then you can just, like, fight for independence. I have no idea. That would be cool, though. Also, nationalism. That's something to look at. Like, is this a decaying modifier? Is it permanent? Who knows? Sadly, Sardinia is a bit too far away for a road from Barcelona. That's true. Just a little bit. Dig a tunnel, I'm sure it'll be fine. So what happens when a rebel faction has progressed to 100% then? Well, one of two things will happen. Either there will be a civil war or a revolt. Interesting. So like for a pretender, probably a civil war. That would make sense. And then everything else a revolt maybe? Ooh, there could be civil wars for religion though. They could very easily do that. Like well, I mean, the French wars of religion weren't quite that. I mean, it was a civil war, kind of, but not really. At what point does something count as a civil war, rather than a rebellion? I'm not quite sure. Because civil wars can be revolutions, they can be rebellions in some way. Like, for example, the American Civil War was kind of a separatist movement, sort of, right? Where the intention wasn't to... The intention, as far as I'm aware, was not like, let's take over the North, right? It was, let's separate and create a different country in the South. It is, in essence, from my understanding, was a separatist movement, and less of a let's change the entire government of the whole country movement, but it was still a civil war. So at what point does a separatist movement evolve into a civil war? Civil war would be a fracture down from the top to bottom? No? Maybe. That's true. Isn't a civil war about control of a state apparatus where a rebellion is just a local issue? I guess it really depends on some loose definitions that I'm not fully... I haven't fully thought through, to be honest. Scope, organization, and scope. Assuming rebels work like in other Paradox games, wouldn't Ming win just because Yuan loses any sort of market coherence? It depends on the other factions. The rebellion is the Ming? It could be somebody else other than, say, specifically the Ming, establishing a new dynasty. "40 minutes in, we're barely into the first." How are we 40 minutes in? I feel like I've only been here for 15 minutes. Time is just passing me by, holy. Okay, let's keep going. Alright. One of two things happen. Either there will be a civil war or a revolt. First, the rebel faction forms a new country with a relevant name and takes ownership of the locations. Okay, so this basically just... Rebellions and civil wars are kind of the same. It just says that the faction forms a new country, and then we go from there. Immediately, that is completely different from EU4. EU4, you have rebels, they pop up on the map, they occupy things, you destroy them, and then they do whatever, or nothing usually. In this case, rebellion happens, new country created, you have to fight that country. It's a whole new country. Which means if there is a rebellion at the start of the game, yes, you can play as a rebellion. To answer whoever asked that question earlier. Probably you can play as that rebellion, I don't know. I don't know if they'll let you, but in theory it exists as a country. So it takes ownership of the locations where it has a strong support base. If they are a rebel type that wants to be independent, then they will start a revolt, which is almost a war where the defender can re-annex any revolter without further aggressive expansion, and can always afford the peace cost. Okay. With rebellions being countries, this opens up the opportunity for foreign powers to actually subsidize that country, which is interesting. The EU4 support rebel mechanic was always kind of lackluster in my opinion. I've never really used it that much, because I just don't really think it does that much. Rebels are not enough of a threat in EU4 for you to care if somebody funds rebel groups in your country. But if a country separates, or like if a rebellion separates as a new country, you can subsidize that, right? That's crazy. I used it to troll in multiplayer. Fair. Whoever did that, thanks for proving Twitch is still working. Corbett for gore. Oh right, yeah, the whole pop-ups with the Twitch chat thing. The emotes, right? I didn't actually see it, but I assume it's the emotes. That's fine. That's funny enough that I'm keeping it in there. Support Rebel is great. Infinite range, free CB, actually. Okay, yeah, so it is great for reasons that it should not be great for. Sure. It's great for reasons that are kind of dumb, but yeah. Okay. I like how the thing to be gained from this is, oh hell yeah, I get a free infinite range CB, and not like, I get to undermine the power of one of my rivals by funding their rebels. Anyway, let's see. If the culture of these revolting countries is from a country that exists on the map, they will call in the country they used to be a part of into the revolt. Let me reread that. If the culture of those revolting countries is from a country that exists on the map, they will call in the country they used to be part of into the revolt. So for example, if you are playing France and you take some territory in Catalonia, and then you have Catalan separatists in Catalonia and Aragon still exists, then those separatists will call Aragon into war against you. I don't know how I feel about that. But call in the country they used to be a part of into the revolt. Just because you took my land doesn't mean it's your land. I mean, fair. This also calls into question stuff with like truces. Does the country have to help, or can they deny the call to arms? Well, it says if they join, so I assume it is a choice. So they will... So here's the thing that happens, I think. They will automatically call in that country, and that country has a choice to join. How this works with truces, I have no idea. Like, will you be allowed to truce break in order to help that rebel faction? I don't know. Maybe. If the war is won, the revolter becomes a part of the country that they used to belong to in the past. Okay, so these separatist movements can become like reunification movements as well. I like that. In EU4, that does technically exist, right? Everyone who plays Byzantium knows full well what happens to the knights in like half the games that are played, right? You know, the knights usually fall to Byzantine separatists at some point or another. Maybe not usually, but they do quite often. And then those separatists take over the island, and then the island gets returned to Byzantium. It happens quite a lot. So that does happen in EU4, but it's different in a way that I kind of like. Because I think it's, is it immediate, or is it after the revolt is won? If the war is won, then the revolter becomes a part of the country that they used to belong to. Okay. So you can become a lot more active in leading separatist movements of your culture in other countries, and then like trying to reintegrate them into your country. That's interesting. Civil wars. These are started by pretenders, some religious rebels, that's what I was thinking, or estate-type rebels. That makes sense. Civil wars work differently than other wars in that you do not have to negotiate a peace. In a civil war, as soon as you would have taken control of a location from a siege or occupation, it immediately flips ownership of that location. So it's Imperator Rome all the way through. If they're using the same regional occupation system, though, I'm not sure how that's going to work. That was one of the big things that's kind of annoying in Imperator Rome. Because the way the system works is there are so many tiles that you have local regional capitals, right? Usually when you siege a regional capital, you are able to automatically flip the entire region. It kind of saves you from having to siege each and every individual location. But in civil wars in Imperator Rome, when you take a regional capital, it flips that area, and the regional capital of that region changes. So you don't get to fully occupy a region by taking the regional capital in a civil war. You need to actually fully take the entire region, which does create quite a bit of tedium. So I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that, especially because EU5 has so many different territories, right? They're using it, but the province capital remains. Oh, so based. Never mind. All of my issues have been alleviated. It's not 2019 anymore. It's the same system for all types of wars. So based. So based. Never mind. We are back. That's beautiful. Okay. This means that civil wars are almost always fought to the bitter end and only one country can survive. That makes sense. And I like how these civil wars are now going to be completely different, like, countries. I like the fact that it's going to use the Imperator system, because, again, I think that rebellions and revolutions and civil wars should have the opportunity to have foreign influence, foreign meddling, you know? Like, let's say, for example, there's a civil war fighting, let's just say France, for example. Like, there's a revolution going on, civil war because of a revolution, right? Let's say that you're a monarchy, and they're getting some funky ideas about republics in France, right? And you're like, it would be kind of bad if the rebels succeeded and established a republic by overthrowing a monarchy, because that's what I do. So, like, if they're successful, maybe my people are going to start getting some wacky ideas about republics. So maybe we should support the monarchist side and help them win their civil war. And that's only really something you can do when both sides of the civil war are their own complete, like, entities, their own complete countries. So all this is good. I like this. All of it. Shouldn't the leadership of the losing side be able to flee to an allied country? I think that's a little more complex. Like, you're thinking, like, leadership in exile. Like, if you have, say, if you have, like, a king or some monarch that lost a civil war, and they want to lead like, a legitimist faction from another country. I mean, yeah, that would be interesting. I don't know if that's something that's going to be implemented base game, though. That seems a little more complex, and it would be nice, but I don't think it's completely necessary to start with. CK3 moment. Yeah, literally. This requires EU5 having a good reason to stay monarchy, though. Yeah, that's true. Well, I think it's gonna... I hope, at least. I don't know if this is going to be the case, but hopefully by the time you have, like, nationalism start to rise... Right, let's say we're talking about, like, the mid-18th century, you know, you start to see nationalism increase quite a bit, and you have these countries that are like, maybe we want to be our own countries, you know? Not quite, like, the same level of the Springtime of Nations, not yet, but right, sometimes they're like, maybe we should have, like, our own independent country, you know? And maybe they're using, like, Republican-based ideas off that. Maybe being a monarchy is the thing that's, like, maybe there's some benefits to being a monarchy that increases some of the I don't know, satisfaction of different groups of people. Maybe it makes them less nationalist or something. I don't know. With the character system, it might be possible to have a king or general from an annexed country flee to an ally and become a cabinet member or something. That would be cool. So at the end of a civil war, as this system has a few similarities with the civil war systems of Imperator Rome, we have to alleviate some concerns here. Oh, there you go. That's crazy. In Project Caesar, there is no game over if you lose a civil war. I like that, actually. Instead, you have the option to continue as the winning side. One thing to consider here is that the winner will have different rulers, maybe a different religion, perhaps a new government type, dramatic changes to societal values, reforms, and or privileges. After all, if the peasants revolt and win, you will not keep your glorious full serfdom monarchy as it once was. Tragic. I kind of want to know what the second option is, though. It is time to pay. Time to pay something. I kind of want to... move the cursor, I want to see. So here we have what looks like interesting UI. Still kind of work in progress, I would assume, because of the black box surrounding it. Hello, I've just woke up. Could you restart the stream? Oh yeah, no problem. Let me go back to the top. Yeah, let's start at the beginning. Okay, Tinto Talk's number 32. Time to pay the piper? Maybe. Yeah, maybe the bottom option is just like you leave. Maybe you just quit the game. I don't know. The Scots Civil War is over. We have lost. Luckily for us, this is not the end, but maybe an opportunity. Okay. Interesting UI. I have mixed feelings about it. But it's not final. And so I don't even know if it's worth talking about it yet. So who cares? We're basically at the beginning. True. It's just game over? Oh, okay, I see. Oh, I'm so stupid. If I had learned how to read, then maybe I would have answered my own question. You don't have to continue, you can pick the other option for the game over screen. Okay, there you go. Next week we can talk more about diplomacy, and that will, for most of you, be something you're already aware of, but it will list quite a few new aspects. Okay, so let's go and look at some of the dev responses. Me when read, exactly. So someone mentioned like number 200 and something. I don't remember. But let's see. Let's go through a couple of these at least. Damn Scots, they ruined Scotland. Natural enemy of the Scots. True. How was this published a moment ago? There are already a gazillion comments. Please stop the WoW spam from now on. It's not fun anymore. Damn. Wait, is that like the one guy that always shows up first and every single time he just puts WoW? What is wrong with people? I've seen that UI in ads on Twitter. Oof. That's a brutal read. Can you fund rebels and then if they win, they will have friendlier politics or even be your vassals? I assume you meant fund? Yes, you can? Yeah. Wait, hold on. Yes, you can to which part? These were two questions. Which part is yeah? There's, will they have friendlier politics? Or even be your vassals? Yes. Okay, so he's saying you can fund the rebels, but I don't know if this is... I don't know if he's saying yes to this as well. All pages are interesting, but would avoid specifically 154, 157, and 160. Okay. There's a lot and your time is limited. I don't know how much you want to stay on this Tinto Talk. Okay, I have about like 4.5 hours, and we have like only 3 of these to go through. We can spend a little bit more time on this one, I think. Just a little bit. UI looks like it's from that EU4 knockoff game. There are a lot of those. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? I don't think we're finishing this stream today, to be fully honest. Just a gut feeling. It's only like 3 other dev diaries. It's not that much. It's not that many. Will rebels be more likely to rise up when your country's in a rough situation? A rough situation would make them more likely to appear in the first place. Yeah, that makes sense. Could religious rebels also ask for better tolerance laws? When it goes as far as a military uprising, a mere slightly more tolerant is not going to cut it for most people. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. You know, if there's... I think it depends maybe on the power of the rebel faction, the size of the rebel faction, the opportunity to negotiate with the rebel faction. But I guess when it gets to that point, you know, when it actually becomes a full-on rebellion, I don't know. It's, I guess the idea here is that if you wanted to avoid the rebellion, then you could pass the law yourself. So you're not exactly, like, negotiating with the rebels, you're passing your own kind of legislature to try and reduce the willingness to rebel. So in theory, the way you're supposed to interact with this is proactively, not reactively. There's no negotiating or anything. It's just like, you pass the laws, and if you don't, they rise up. It's like Vic 3. Kinda. It's actually, yeah, what's interesting about Vic 3 is you actually can have a rebellion that just asks for better tolerance laws. So that's interesting, at least. How do pretenders work? Low legitimacy when the ruler dies, or when the new ruler may be weak, or when the new ruler is foreign, or... So, like, a lot of the time. This makes sense, actually. Because a monarchy rather, is typically the weakest during the moment of, the transfer of power. During succession is typically when, like, a monarchy is at its weakest. Because that's when factions try to vie for increased power, is during succession. During, like, the time immediately following succession. So, I actually like this because in EU4, nobody cares about succession. Somebody comes to power in the throne, sometimes you get a random event that's like, oh, pretender rebels rise up, and then you spend about 3 weeks destroying them, and then you move on with your life. It doesn't really matter that much in EU4, which is something I've always been a little, like, slightly miffed at. It does make, like, I guess a better gameplay experience, especially, like, when you're at war and your ruler dies and you're like, damn, this sucks. You know, in that case, I very much appreciate that the pretender rebels are, like, simply nothing more than, like, gnats. They're, like, a little bit annoying, but you don't care that much. But, yeah, I'm curious to see how often successions are going to create actual issues in EU5. There's the stability drop. That's true. I mean, yeah, there's the stab hit. And then sometimes you get pretender rebels, but that's still not really that bad. Losing your king in the middle of a war should be country destroying. It should be like, who am I thinking of? Gustavus Adolphus kind of moment. Like, that guy died on the battlefield, didn't he? Or is that a different guy? Who am I thinking of? Gustavus Adolphus was killed when at a crucial point in the battle he became separated from his troops while leading a cavalry charge on his wing. And then after that, I mean, the war was pretty much done, right? That is the guy, yeah. Like, the entire march of the Swedish, I guess you'd call it empire at that point, kind of just, like, collapsed when he died. All the momentum was lost. I think. Unless I'm thinking of someone else. Maybe it wasn't Gustavus Adolphus. Maybe it was like a later guy that I'm thinking of specifically. Hold on, maybe I'm crazy. Charles? Oh, maybe it was Caloris. Or was that the guy? Hold on, am I mixing up everything? No, he was Caloris Rex. From, like, the song. No, that is Charles the... Hold on, I'm thinking of a different guy. Charles. Maybe not Gustavus Adolphus. I mean, Gustavus Adolphus also died in battle. That's crazy. Yeah, maybe thinking of Charles the 12th. Who also died in battle or something. This seems to happen a lot. Oh, that's the one. Charles the 12th died in a trench. That's what it was. And they don't know actually who killed him. That was the one I was thinking of. Yeah, sorry. That was a completely different king. The one who, yeah, that was the time of the Swedish Empire, I think. Sorry, I'm thinking about the wrong time period completely. During the time that Sweden kind of went crazy with it, and then, the guy died. And then that was kind of over after that. Which battle was this? In the Great Northern War. That's the one. Anyway, yeah. So what I'm thinking of is like, yeah, when a monarch dies, it should be more impactful. All of that was to say, it should be more impactful when a monarch dies. More impactful than it is in EU4, is what I mean. I prefer the term separatist and nationalist. Nationalism seems a bit out of scope for the period. It's a bit of a weird overlap then, as religious rebels can also be working for separatism. Cultural rebels also sounds weird. Yeah, it does sound a little bit weird. I don't actually disagree too much with the term nationalist rebels, even though technically they're right. Like, nationalism not really being a thing necessarily. But still seceding or rising up for, like, cultural tolerance reasons, still being a thing, obviously. Just not on the basis of nationalism. Not technically. Maybe you could call it, like, a proto-nationalism, but, like, I don't know. Can rebels call in the old overlord country even if it has a truce with a new overlord? Would there be an option to truce break and hopefully regain lost locations with only the truce break diplomatic impact? Yeah, ... Okay, so yes, you can truce break, and you do have the diplomatic impact from a truce break. Interesting. They're more ethnicist rebels? No, but even then that wouldn't really make that much sense, right? Again, we gave the example of like if you're playing as France and you conquer Catalan pops. Or if you conquer, say, like, even like Walloon pops. Or Flemish pops. Walloon, I would say Walloon even, because like, or Wallonian. Because they're like a slightly more adjacent to even like French culture. I mean, even then, when you're talking about back then, there was no like, you know, French in quotations. You have like the Balkanized French cultures, which share similarities and stuff like that. And you know, you can definitely talk about like Wallonian in that sense. But even then, they have the option to like break away, and they should, of course, have that because everything's a little bit more fractured, I guess. Everything's a little more granular. People talking about Prague? Okay. I think that they made most of the Low Countries low Franconian from community feedback. Okay, yeah, I don't know that much about the area during this time period. I use Wallonian as an example because in my head, I just associated Wallonian with like an adjacent to a sort of French-ish, but not really kind of culture. Shares similarities in some ways. But I don't know for back then. Anywho, let's not get too distracted because I just spent like 10 minutes on that one last tangent. Can we support rebels, revolts, and other unsatisfied factions from other countries? Will it be possible to invest in other countries' rebel groups, even if there are not any rebels present, like to create them? Interesting. So only if they're present, even if they're not progressing based. I think that's fair. I think it would be nice to invest in different rebel groups from the beginning, or to make the root of it in order to weaken your enemies. Yeah. I think using rebels to weaken your enemies would be nice to have a much bigger role to play in EU5 than it does in EU4. You know, like undermine the power of rivals without necessarily having to directly go to war or something like that. That would be cool. Should Sardinians not stay a problem as long as they're not an accepted culture? Does unrest need to be tied with integration, or have you considered other solutions? Well, they already talked about other stuff. But if integrated and high control, it is less of a problem. Yeah, like, earlier in the dev diary, he already mentioned, like, put an army there, build a castle there, build other things that increase satisfaction, you know, improve the market conditions, and you don't necessarily have to integrate it. But those are all sort of seen as temporary solutions to the ultimate wider problem, which is, you know, taking the time to use the administration and bureaucracy to integrate that province. This is sort of a method of making sure that you don't overextend yourself without having an actual overextension system, the same way that we have in EU4. It is using, like, assuming that there isn't, you know, a direct analog to the overextension system, then this sort of serves to be an overextension system, right? You can only integrate so much at a time. And if you take too much and you don't have the resources to build up the satisfaction, then yeah, you're just going to be facing rebellions. So I think it being tied to integration is very deliberate and can be, you can put a band-aid over that, but it's not a permanent solution. You do need to work on the permanent solution, or the long-term solution at least. Have they said anything about formables? I don't think so, not yet. Okay, I actually don't want to spend too much more time on this because it has been over an hour. We're just finishing up the first one. Oh, hold on. I want to read these. I like how I say, let's move on to something else, and then I get stun-locked. I see something that's interesting. Monkey brain activate neuron. Alright, so I guess no more North Sweden or now Wild Japan. Since they're in different groups, they will want independence from now on. I know it wasn't realistic at all, but it was fun while it lasted. Even then, like, I still think it would be possible. Yeah, there are other ways to become North Sweden or now Wild Japan than exploiting rebels. I was gonna say, it should still be possible. Like, if the people in your country end up converting without, like, your, I don't know, consent or whatever, like, they just decide, hey, that's a cool religion, what if we swap to that? You know, one thing that comes to mind, of course, is the spread of Christianity in Japan, historically. Where, yeah, you do have a lot of people just, like, converting to a completely different religion in the country, and now you need to contend with that. The way that Japan contended with it in real life was, certainly a decision. They did something for that one. Let's say there were not a lot of Christians in Japan after they dealt with that. But yeah, like, that is a thing that can happen. Now, of course, when we're talking about North Sweden or now Wild Japan, maybe it's not going to be as easy to do that, necessarily. But possible, like, the mechanics exist? Yeah, like, that's probably going to be a thing. They did a bit of trolling. They certainly did do at least a minimal amount of trolling. So let's actually read the rest of this. I keep yapping before I read the entire thing. We have multiple game rules for changing primary culture or religion. Dynamic must be 40% of pops or present and of the same group. Oh, I see. So either must be 40% of pops, or it just needs to exist and be of the same group. Okay, sure. There's to any inside group. Oh, okay. I don't think it's worded in a way that makes it easy to understand what's being said here. So are these all the same rules? So like this, and this apply to both culture and religion? Maybe you can just swap between these two? Like each of these have these 4 options maybe? So it's dynamic, which means you can go to anything. Oh, no, sorry. Must be 40% of pops or present in of the same group. Inside culture group, any religion. Countries can convert culture to other cultures belonging to the same culture group. So which one's default? I don't know. So I assume dynamic means it can be anything, no limits, but it has some restrictions on numbers. So there's no restrictions on the type, say the group necessarily, but if you want to convert to a different group, it must be 40% of pops. If it's the same group, then it just needs to be present, just needs to exist. And I think that's reasonable. I assume this is probably the default option. Like, because if it weren't, then say, for example, you would never have any option for a timeline where Japan converts to Christianity. Right? Or say, this would be an interesting one actually, the Indian Sultanates. These are completely different religious groups. You have the population, which is Hindu, administration, which is Muslim. And so they would never be able to convert to Hindu. They'd never be able, you would never have the choice to. If you swap it to this option. If this were default, for example, then you'd never be able to swap it. If you were playing like an Indian Sultanate, you would never be able to become, or swap to Hindu. Needs a new tag, I'd say. Oh, that's possible, true. There's no timeline where Japan converts to Christianity, though. It wouldn't be Japan anymore. It would need a new tag. Well, yeah, if there's a religious revolt, it would technically become a new tag, right? It would probably still call itself Japan, just it wouldn't be recognizable as the same Japan. But I think it's fine, it would be the same tag. Oh, you mean culturally? Oh, I see. Bengali England won, Maybe Portugal and other Catholic countries spam missions in Japan until 40% of the pops are Catholic. See, that's the thing, is that if Japan has that option to do the thing that Japan did in real life, where they get funky with it, let's say, and then close the borders and outlaw missionaries, then your missions aren't going to be very effective. But if you can get it to 40%, then you could probably spark a civil war. Maybe you could have like a separatist Christian tag in Japan that forms from a civil war. They split off from the other parts of Japan and form a Christian version of Japan. That would be interesting. Anyway, we have the other options. Inside group, present only to religions, culture present in your country, any, no limits at all, yeah. I think the default's going to be dynamic, and I think I'd probably just play with dynamic, but we'll see. Anything else interesting? It's been an hour and almost 20 minutes. Let's move on to the Tinto map that we have for today. We have 2, actually. Here we go. Eastern Siberia, what I've been waiting for. Remember, I've been talking about this for weeks. Time to figure out which country I'm going to play first. Let's go. Japan could become Christian with emperor just being an emperor, just without the shogun. And maybe there would be divine explanation of the emperor, like as descendant of one of the apostles or even the saints. Yeah, they could probably adapt the theology in some way. I mean, if you look at the way that the concept of the divine right of kings functioned in Europe, I don't think it's actually all too different than the way that they used religion to reinforce the emperorship in Japan. You know, in Japan, the emperor was considered the descendant of Amaterasu, the sun goddess. And so that was like a whole thing about the emperor as a divine figure, being very religiously important, which reinforces the power structure, of course. But you could probably adapt a similar concept if you wanted to use Christianity and be like, oh, well, instead of being a descendant of the sun goddess, just like chosen by God to rule. That was a thing a lot of Christian kings did anyway, where they're like, yeah, I was chosen by God to rule this country. There was like a lot of religious justification for monarchy, especially in like the later periods when we started getting to like absolutism, of course. That idea of, oh, I was chosen by God to rule this country becomes a lot more, oh, I was specifically chosen, I should have all the power to do this. It also ends up reinforcing like absolutism. You might want to read 191 on the Tinto Talk. Okay, fine. I will, I'll go through at least one more. I love stunlocks. Jesus' Secret Son. Or you could, yeah, you could do the, gosh, what's it called? Taiping Rebellion? Is that the one? Where he's like, oh yeah, I'm actually just the, brother of Jesus or something, right? $191. Oh, here we go. Ooh boy. Whole lot of words. Too bad I ain't gonna read them. Just kidding. Can rebels form alliances with other nations before or after the revolt in asking to join in for help, like Scottish rebels asking for help from France in their fight against Great Britain? Yes, after they've spawned. Okay, fair. Can different nationalist rebels ally together to form a larger united force against their ruler, like Scottish and Irish rebels joining forces and rebelling together in a hypothetical scenario? Yes, that's how it works. So based. Oh my god. Rebel factions coordinating together to rise up at the same time to try and like mess up, to try and interfere with the country's ability to respond. Based. Regarding nationalist rebels asking their previous owners into the war, can the previous owner ask their allies into the war too, or is it simply the rebels and the previous owner? Think they can. What do you mean think they can, bro? You're the game director. What does he mean I think they can? I mean, I think that's a yes then. Okay, that's good. I mean, that's interesting at least. Like, say you're playing as Aragon and for some, I don't know, some messed up timeline, you're friends with Castile. Like, you don't hate them for some reason, or they don't hate you, and you're allied. And then you call on Castile to help you take your stuff back. Just continuing on from the previous idea we had with the France and Aragon thing. Okay. Can civil wars be ended with negotiation to avoid outside threats during it? With the surrender, yes. Okay, hold on. Can civil wars be ended with negotiation to avoid outside threats during the civil war? Like, for example, a rival declaring war on us during a civil war, so we give the rebels what they want, so that we can focus on the rival war instead of continuing the civil war with the surrender, yes. I also have another question, actually, about civil wars, countries invading during civil wars. Of course, that's a big thing, you know? When I play Victoria 3, I see a country in civil war, I'm like, ooh, it's time to get something done, baby. Like, I see Great Britain in civil war, and I'm like, ooh, it's time to take some islands. We are so back. You know what I mean? When it comes to occupation, in EU5, we're talking about, like, locations are immediately flipped. When you declare war on a country, are you declaring war on both factions of the Civil War? Because they count as two tags. So presumably you go to war with a country that's in a civil war. Are you fighting both sides? And when you occupy something, but the enemy of the Civil War occupies that, does it, like, take away your occupation? or I don't know how the whole thing's gonna work. You could have said, I'll check upon... I'll check up on that and then come back with an answer, but he's like, yeah, I think so. Like, okay, alright. Think they can is probably yes, but I haven't asked anyone yet. Now, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, he's obviously not the one making all the decisions, right? But it is funny to me, where it's just like, yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure. Vic 3 isn't a good example because I declared war on an Indian prince while allied to the UK and then the Raj exploded. Okay, yes, there is that exploit, you're right. There's work to be done in Vic 3. Okay, we can't deny that. I was just using it as like a comparative example. Okay, so yeah, you can just surrender to a civil war. And then I guess the country that you surrender to, the Civil War country, you can continue to play as. And then yeah, you have to continue the war against whoever declared war on you. If you force free the East India Company through normal Liberate War, it also implodes? Yeah, it's very funny. That's not an exploit, though. I believe it technically would count as one, because the UK, when allied to you, would be, like, considered literally incapable of defending its own subject. I think that counts as an exploit. Because I've seen it used before, where someone... I watched a video where someone's like, you should do this every single game, where you join the UK in some war, and then you declare war on, like, a princely state, and the UK is hard-coded, literally incapable of defending them, and if they don't defend their subject, then they become free, and then they implode. So, like, you can reliably just force the East India Company to implode in Victoria 3, and I think that's something that is, like, yeah, I think technically an exploit, because I don't know if you should be allowed to reliably force the East India Company to explode within like 5 years. Anyway, I did say like 7 minutes ago that I wanted to move on to the next dev diary, so let's do it. Mongolia, Manchuria, and Eastern Siberia famously had a lot of things going on during this time period. Famously. Oh wow, isn't that... Isn't that brimming with vibrant things to do, chat? I see a whole maybe 15 tags here. It's incredible. Crazy stuff. One dev diary, 80 minutes. 90 nearly? I'm gonna call it 80, because I yapped about nothing for the first 10 minutes. Isn't that beautiful? So many opportunities for gameplay. Alrighty. Welcome back to another week of the amazing world of Tinto Maps. Welcome another week to the... Okay, yes. Tinto Maps. This week we're covering a very wide area as we will look at Mongolia, Manchuria, and all of Eastern Siberia. No Ainu even, yeah. No Ainu, and I'll have to send a strongly worded letter. Spoiled for choice, truly. So, not a whole lot going on in the area, isn't that crazy? Closer look at the Jurchen. It's like the only thing going on in this area. Isn't that cool? There you go. I knew it was a Society of Pops. Yeah, I figured. There are going to be a lot of Society of Pops up there. So here we go. The Jurchen. Probably all tributaries of the Yuan dynasty. The Yuan dynasty of China controls much of the territory, while all the Siberian expanses are, quote, open to colonization. Considering Manchuria, the Jurchen tribes posed a tricky question, as some of them were more settled and Chinese influenced, while others were more nomadic and pastoralist, and some were in between. Thus, we decided to represent the more settled tribes that would later confederate into the Manchu as separate countries, vassals to Yuan, while there is also Jurchen population inside the borders of Yuan itself, and the most nomadic of them represented as societies of pops. This is where the real magic happens. This is where the real map behind this map exists. Is down here. Societies of pops. Let's take a look at that map. Maybe even open up in a new tab just to get a good look at it. So here we go. We've got my first playthrough up here with the, I can't quite read that. I think that says Koryak people. There you go. That'll be my first playthrough. We have the Ainu people, a bunch of the societies of pops in Manchuria, some over here in Siberia. I'm sure this is going to be subject to review at some point, because I feel like maybe there would be more than just these. But there you go. Nice. Most of them are obviously concentrated in Manchuria and around the borders of the countries and coasts, while the most inhospitable places, further into Siberia and Kamchatka, are more sparsely populated and thus less organized. Dynasties, pretty much what you'd expect. Massive Borjigin dynasty. Big Genghis Khan moment, or not Genghis Khan, descendants of Genghis Khan moment. Currently, none of them have scripted dynasties assigned and are generated instead. That makes sense. I have no problem with that. That's a lot of locations. Hold on. Spoiler, a lot to see here. Yeah, they're not joking. That is actually hilarious to look at. Like, okay, so first we have Manchuria. An absolute, I don't even know what I'm looking at. Mess, but like it's beautiful. It's like looking at stained glass. My poor PC. Oh boy, yeah, this is gonna be something. Then we have more of Mongolia, I would assume. I can't even really tell what I'm looking at. I guess that's this area up in the middle? Let me look at the names here. See if I can get an idea of what this is. I think this is Mongolia that I'm looking at, maybe? Hold on. Yeah, it's this area over here, I think. It's directly over here. So yeah, it would be Mongolia. And then we have... Gosh, I can't even really tell. This is obviously more like northern Siberia. This is more like eastern... Quite detailed. It's almost like absurdly funny. Just how detailed everything here is. Like, did we need to, did we really need this many locations for Eastern Siberia? No, but it is funny. Yeah, this will run amazingly with absolutely zero problems. It's near the Altai Mountains? Maybe? This is incredible. Like, the fact that this island itself exists, like, just as its own location, this one down here, is so funny to me. The fact that not only it exists as a location, but has 5 sea tiles around it, is hilarious. Like, this wouldn't even be a footnote in EU4. This wouldn't even be probably an island that exists on the map in EU4. Is John Mayen in the game? It has to be at this point. Svalbard or we riot, to be honest. Corbett will need a new PC. If my 3900K cannot run this game, I'm afraid it might be over for the average person. I'm afraid we might be cooked. They're just programming it in Lapland so they have permanent freeze cooling. True. Yeah, I don't know what kind of quantum computers they have over there at Paradox HQ, but this will be interesting. And by we, you mean our PCs? Yes. It's mesmerizing to look at. It's insane. I can't take my eyes off of it. It's just like, to me, like in EU4, this is all one province, right? This whole area, Kamchatka, one province. EU5, yeah, that'll be like 30, actually, thank you. It's so absurd, it's like comedy to me. Do they need to do all this? No, but God, is it funny. It's hilarious, to be honest. Just get a real nice zoom in right there. Let's count them, actually. As far as, like, we can see, as far as the ones that are named that we can tell are different. So how many do we have in what would normally be Kamchatka? How close would this be? Like, where's the cutoff usually? Like here? For Kamchatka? Or is it like here for Kamchatka? I almost want to check, actually. Is it even Kamchatka, or am I crazy? Is that a different name for the province? I think it is. Okay, so normally it looks to me like the EU4 province for this cuts off around here. Maybe a little more south. It's like just above this island, so it's actually more like here. It's where the province cuts off. It is Kamchatka? Perfect. So I think it's everything that's like in this general region is the one province in EU4. So let's count them. We have 1, 2, 3. I'm going to count them like top to bottom, okay? So we're not going to count this one or this one. We're going to count like starting with this weird little line here that I'm drawing. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think I counted that one. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 maybe? I think so. 17, 18, 19, 20? Did I miscount that? Let me try that again, just to make sure. Double count. Let's actually go around in a circle maybe, and then count the interior. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, maybe it's 19. Maybe 20, that looks like another location to me actually. These look like 2 locations, these islands. They have to be. So maybe it's 20 or 21, it's absolutely insane. It's perfect. Enough stun lock on that though. Provinces, massive. A better look at the smaller ones. It's so absurd. I like how a lot of the provinces that they have are like similar in size to some of the EU4 provinces. But because they have locations, it's like a completely different meaning. Anbanar in EU5 will come with actual dwarven multi-layer maps. God, I hope so. Why is the Yakut Sea split in 2? I don't know what the Yakut Sea is. Oh, this. It's probably just because of the way that they have it here. I think, yeah, they should probably do something to maybe make it not split in 2, or split the Yakutsk Sea into 2 different parts. Because this is a little bit awkward. It is split in 2. It has no direct connection between this side and this side. But then again, Pacific North up here also is split, but I think that's because it's like not as important. You know, it's generally describing the larger area in the North Pacific. Will they let you colonize Antarctica? I doubt that, because nobody really lives in Antarctica right now, even. Terrain, as you would expect. Arctic, well, that's crazy, who could have guessed? Not a whole lot of opportunity for farming, unfortunately. 11 people were born in Antarctica. Darn, you got me. Maybe they should allow us to colonize Antarctica. The Kamchatka Canal when? Just like a canal splitting right across the north here. It's like the least used route for any trade in the world, but it would be funny, so I think we should do it. Yeah, dynamic canals when? Let me put a canal straight through France. Let me build a canal, actually, that turns Iberia into an island. The drier parts of the Gobi Desert in the Mongolian plateau give way to the steppes and the grasslands of Manchuria, while further into Siberia it gets dominated by mountains, hills, forests, and as one would expect from Siberia, cold. Development. Wow, there's not a lot going on up here. I wonder why. Curious. It's almost like it's kind of generally sucks to live in this area. You know, there's like zero potential for agriculture. It's winter like 80% of the year. Probably just permafrost most of the time. Probably not amazing soil quality up there. It's so cold the pipes don't work. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it just seems like not a great time, but that's what's gonna make it a fun playthrough. See, look at these natural harbors. You're telling me you don't want to build a natural harbor, like, all the way up in here? Are you crazy? It's so funny to me that this is a natural harbor, when, first of all, I don't even know if you can put ships here. Like, let's zoom into that. Like, this just cuts off. In fact, it doesn't cut off up here. Can you guys even see that, or am I a little too, maybe I need to move the screen a little bit, hold on. There we go, that might make it a little bit easier. So you see this area up here, there's like a little, oh shoot, maybe you can't see it. Up here, right? There's a little line with the sea tile, but it doesn't close itself off. So, is this just like one massive sea tile? There's also another line in the top right, if you can see that, right? But the funniest part is, because like obviously if there's a natural harbor here, then you can go from here all the way around to here. But there's no way these ports are ever going to thaw, right? Like these are just going to be permanent frozen ports, aren't they? Does this area ever thaw? It's so close to the Arctic. To me, this seems like it would be a permanent snow. That looks like a warm sea port. It doesn't look like one to me. Icebreakers exist? Do they exist in this timeline? Or this, period of time, I mean? Would they be effective enough? It's just unfinished, and yes, those places thaw. Interesting. It can be technically warm, but the open sea is frozen. Oh, wait a second. They actually mentioned the ice mechanics. They actually mentioned those. I forgot about that. Like, yeah, if you build ships up here and you keep them up here, then, like, they're probably not going anywhere most of the time. Maybe they're changing the lore again, true. What, are you even gonna ship from North Siberia anyway? Comedy. The fact that you're shipping anything is comedic enough to make it worth it. Gold? Maybe. I will ship snow. True. Export ice. They should add the ice trade good to EU5. Furs? Potentially. So let's look at natural harbors then. Oh, they have nothing about this. They just... Okay, cool. Cultures. Big. Huge, even. Many. Quite a varied cultural landscape, as these areas are populated by many different peoples, sometimes expanding through a wide area while others are more localized. On the other hand, the Mongolian plateau is very much dominated by Mongolian culture. I'm really curious actually about, like, it's not like a question about like the validity of the sources. Like, it's a genuine question about like what sources they use. Because to me, like, this doesn't seem like it'd be very easy to figure out. Like, we're talking, this is 14th century. So how do they figure this out? Especially for like the really remote ones, you know? Like, there's a specific culture that's on like this island on the right side. How do they figure that out? That's crazy to me. They also have like a few here, obviously, a few over here. Actually, yeah, I guess there probably would be people living on islands, like over here, because I'm thinking, like, well, how did they get there? And then I realized, well, first of all, the Polynesians managed to do crazy stuff with, like, sailing. They got to a bunch of places. Second of all, there's also the Bering Strait crossing, the land bridge, that when it melted, I'm sure some people ended up just, like, on these islands after it melted. So that would also be an explanation. That makes sense. Soviets and Imperial Russian records? But then even when we think back to, like, this is before, like, way before those records would have existed, you know? Like, we're talking 14th century. So maybe they're just using sourcing that's a little bit, like, later? If not records, archaeology, that's true. Yeah, archaeologists have a much better understanding of how you'd be able to differentiate, like, the very minute differences in cultures of different regions, right? And also when we see like the striped areas up here, let me just zoom in to make that a little easier to see. Like these areas is where they're like, yeah, there's a mix of these two. But how do you even know that? Like, that's crazy. Really think anyone moved there this late into human history? I don't know. I really don't know. It's possible. It's a very strong theory that mankind first got to America when the Bering Sea froze. Yeah, I think that's the current leading theory. That would imply there were already people in there a long time ago, for sure. Pot decorations is a good cultural indicator, at least in the region I live. Yeah, so for areas where pottery was, I would say like, maybe a bit easier to create. I don't know enough about this region to know, like, first of all, how abundant is clay? Second of all, how easy is it to mine? Is it like permafrost? Or like, you know, they probably made pottery, but they've even had pottery there? I don't know. I really, maybe spoken history? Oh yeah, oral history for sure. It's an interesting one because it's really hard to like work with oral history. Like, sometimes we find things through, like, other methods of dating, like archaeology, that sort of corroborates oral history, but, like, it on its own, it's, like, a very difficult thing to use as a source. Clay in that area is generally part of the permafrost layer? The stuff they made was likely made from bone and wood. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Animal hide, bladder, bone items, Like wood carvings. That would make a lot of sense. There's also the coast-hugging sailing theory of humans reaching the Americas, right? I don't know that much about the theories about how humans reached the Americas. The one that I know, which is like the one I think most people know of, is the Bering Strait during like the last ice age, maybe? Maybe it's the last ice age, where people just crossed over because it was frozen, so it was just kind of easy to, you know, walk across. And so, like that, it's pretty straightforward. It makes sense, but then again, you know, just because it makes sense doesn't necessarily mean that it's correct, and that there's that whole thing. But as far as I'm aware, I think that's just like the leading thing. Will this region be playable even? Well, they put locations in there, so I imagine they have plans for it. I don't remember if you can play as Societies of Pops. Chat will have to remind me of that. I think so. Oh, also, yeah, one of the things, it's a really obscure fact, time for another stunlock, everyone's favorite, for why the Bering Strait thing is, I think, more likely, is something to do with, what is it, camels? Or is that, like, way older? Where camels actually don't originate in the old world, I think, or something like that. Or, like, the ancient ancestors to camels come from, like, North America or something. I don't quite remember. But that might be, like, way, way older, like, way further back than the human migrations into the Americas. I don't actually know. On the topic of horses, they went extinct because of hunting in Europe before being reintroduced by Eurasian Indo-Aryan peoples. That's crazy. This new lore. Yeah, the camel lore. It was the same time? That's crazy. Alpacas and llamas are types of camels, but that's millions of years ago. Yeah, to me it would make more sense that that happened, like, a lot longer ago, because I think... Didn't humans arrive in North America, like, 80,000 years ago or something? Like, it's relatively more recent, I'm pretty sure. Like, at least compared to... how long it could have been possible, maybe. When we talk about relatively recent, we're talking like, oh, it wasn't like 200,000 years ago, that kind of thing. Like, it was more recent than maybe you'd expect. Anyway, this is a crazy stunlock. Let's move on to something else. Religions! Let's go. I'm liking this variety they have here. Interesting. Before we take a look at everything we see here, first of all, we have animist. This is probably going to turn into some kind of like Ainu shamanism or something, probably, right? Because now we have regular shamanist. Animist doesn't make sense here. They're probably going to rework that. A little bit of Tengri up here. We have Yukagir shamanist. And then the other one that I can't quite read, but appears to be a different kind of shamanist. Oh, and then we have another religion up here. Interesting. So we have quite a bit going on here. Yeah, obviously they're not quite done working out the religions in the area, much like Africa. Shamanist is back. We are so back. Very diverse religion distribution too, with Tengri shamanism and local variations of it with Tungusic shamanism. Okay. Oh, I didn't even see that. To me, this map color was similar enough to this one that I didn't even notice that they're different. Yeah, so the shamanist here in Manchuria is different than the Tungusic shamanist, which is a little bit more north. Interesting. We have Chukchi shamanism. That's the one that I couldn't read. Yukagir shamanism, the light blue. I have to say that we are currently going through a review of all the religions of the world defined as either animism or shamanist, so it is possible that there are some changes in this distribution in the future, of course. Alpacas, llamas, vicunas. Never heard of those. Guanacos. All South American camelids are in fact camelids. Interesting. So we have a bunch of raw materials. Interesting to see what they're going to have up here. Because I do see what would make a lot of sense. Let me actually just open that in a new tab. A lot of things that would make sense. I like how these areas near lakes have like fish. I like that. Other areas also have fish, probably more like local lakes. Again, probably because like there are going to be a lot of lakes in this area. Because, you know, Ice Age, massive continental glaciers carving up the earth, leaving lots of freshwater deposits as the ice recedes from the last Ice Age. It's why in Canada there are also like a disgusting number of lakes, just like a ton of them. like all over the place, and that's because of the Ice Age. Yeah, no snow goods, unfortunately, yeah. Tin mentioned, huge. Copper mentioned. Gold? There's actually a lot of gold up here, which I like. Look how much gold is here. Gold here, 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 here. Let's count them up, actually. How many gold provinces that can I find in just Siberia? Because that could end up being... Just say you were able to play in Siberia. Oh, also, I kind of want to shift that down a bit because it's weird to have the scroll bar on the bottom. Just gonna move things over and then readjust real quick. Oh, oops. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Okay, so let's count them all up. Let's count how many gold provinces there are. I think this one's a gold province. It looks like one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I don't know if I counted that one. I think I did. 17, 18, did I count that one? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I mean, okay, so there are more down here, obviously. Like, that's a lot of gold in Siberia, you know? That's a lot. Technical stunlock, close enough, welcome back stunlock. Pretty sure they're placer deposits. I don't know what placer deposits are. I imagine that means like surface deposits. Placer mining. The practice of separating heavily eroded minerals like gold from sand or gravel. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's kind of like, I remember learning about like the Yukon gold rush in school and how you would like pan for gold. It's that kind of thing. Okay, interesting. You can even see the rivers going through there. Okay. Interesting. I feel like if you were to play in like Siberia, I feel like having the opportunity to have all this gold, first of all, massive inflation, doesn't matter though, okay? Who cares? Surely this would not create an unhealthy economy just by mining gold. Surely that would be fine. Anyway, you could definitely use that to like jumpstart an economy maybe. That would be cool. Inflation at Siberia though, no currency. Okay, but consider, you're close enough to China. And China likes gold. And silver. So even if it's not like your currency, that's definitely something you could trade for. China doesn't like gold? You're thinking about gold like EU4, it's just another trade good? Silver, yes, not gold for China? Really? I thought gold was, gold and silver both were used pretty much as currencies. Gold was lesser in China though. Oh, that's a new one to me. So silver more than gold. Kind of like salt was often more valued than silver. Yes. Yeah, so the goods were actually the most important thing, but when it comes to like using it as currency, I'm not gonna go into the how important was gold in China tangent. Because that's probably going to take me down like another 30-minute stun lock, but I'll take your word for it. No, please go there? No, it's fine. China just kinda did copper coins or paper mostly? In the 19th century, they sold New Englander ice to the south, the Caribbean, India, Australia, etc. That's not too crazy. Yeah, that's not too crazy. It was actually kind of interesting. Sure, this will be a short stun lock. Is that they're actually able to keep ice in deserts as well. And the way you're able to do that is literally just by like digging an underground storage place for ice. Because as it turns out, the desert actually just gets like really cold at night, which can help maintain the temperature of the ice during night. And then like, yeah, like during the day it's underground, so it doesn't get too cold. We played Breath of the Wild, we know. Oh yeah, that is a thing that they right. That was a part of the quest, a quest in Breath of the Wild. Is there ivory in the north on this map? There is ivory in the north. Oh boy, I can't wait for the inevitable. Like there's so much ivory too. God, I can't wait for the EU5 posts. Woolly mammoths? Woolly mammoths in Siberia? That's crazy. Remember that whole thing with Greenland? Oh my god, it's mammoths, guys. Ivory in Greenland. Oh, they're bringing back the mammoths. That was like a whole era on the EU4 Reddit, which existed for like years, I think. Yeah, clearly it's the saber-toothed tigers. Yeah, it's gonna be stuff like walrus, or it's any kind of, what am I thinking? What's it called? Keratin? Or is that, no. Yes, maybe? Ivory is just like, keratin or something? Actually, what is ivory? Hard white material from the tusks and teeth of animals mostly consists of dentine. Ah, okay, never mind. Tooth enamel is just fancy bone. Ivory is teeth. Yeah, teeth and tusks. Traditionally, ivory is like, ah, yes, elephant tusks, right? That's like the big... That's the big thing for ivory. That was mostly the big thing for ivory, was like, you know, they got elephants. That's actually, I think, the icon for ivory in EU4 is an elephant tusk. I'm pretty sure. Keratin is a rhino horn, okay. The chemical structure of the teeth and tusks of mammals is the same regardless of the species of origin, but ivory contains structures of mineralized collagen. Okay, we're getting way too deep into this, it doesn't matter that much. We don't need that stun lock. Keratin is just horns in general, no need to make cows exotic. Oh, okay, I see. So it's not actually the same thing. We do need this stun lock. It's 2 hours and I haven't even gotten through like the second map. Okay, yeah, a lot of resources. Gonna be an interesting game. I thought for whatever reason that gold would be something you could use if you played in Siberia. That would be like super like effective for like currency. And maybe in terms of gameplay it'll still do that. Maybe. But again, gold, if it's not being used as like a currency, then it is more used as like a luxury item to craft jewelry and stuff. And so that would require a sophisticated enough economy that like people who are rich, first of all, exist, and second of all, can afford to like buy a bunch of gold for like luxury. So that would be like one method of actually making gold useful. In which case it's like, okay, if you don't sell it to China, surely the Europeans who might show up and trade in the area, if they do, maybe they probably wouldn't get that far, you know. Yeah, they probably didn't care that much. But and unless you're yeah, until Russia shows up, that's true, actually. Or Japan. I don't know, how much do they care about gold in Japan? Japan had golden coin necklaces. You could probably still export gold for like jewelry workshops in other countries, but then we're talking about exports. That's not how this game works, is it? I actually don't remember enough about trade. Anyway, that's more for when we get to the game releasing, then we'll know. Very marked distribution of resources, with Mongolia and Manchuria rich in livestock and horses, as one would expect, while the forests of Siberia are full of fur, and wild game, and the northern coasts are a big source of ivory. From the world-famous Arctic elephant herds, of course. However, the mountainous areas also include precious metals like gold and silver, so their colonization may thus prove quite beneficial. Another thing of note is that fish can be found abundantly not only along the coasts, but also along the major rivers crossing Siberia. I don't remember much about trade. Well, luckily there's a dev diary about that for us to check. Which nation will be the first you play when EU5 comes out? Bring up the list, chat. I don't remember how many, quote, first playthroughs I said I was going to do. I think I mentioned so many different countries. 1, Siberia. 2, Aztecs / Inca. Ulm, maybe. I feel like there were more that I said, oh, I have to do a first playthrough on this. But I don't actually know what it's going to be. North American tribe, yeah. In all honesty, it's probably going to be something a little, you know, closer to what you'd expect for a first playthrough, because playing as a really disadvantaged situation while also not knowing how to play the game is probably not going to be very easy. Norway. I think I did say Norway as well, didn't I? I think I'll play the HRE or England. Yeah, I'm probably gonna play something a little more, say, generic, in the sense that it's what you'd expect for a first playthrough. So maybe like Portugal or something. You know, a small enough country that you don't have to worry about too much, and you can just kind of chill and learn the game. England sounds reasonable. Maybe England. Maybe France. Maybe Spain. You know, Castile or Aragon. Probably not Granada. Bohemia. I don't know. We'll see. Reunite the Ilkhanate. I don't know if I'll be good enough for that. Bask in glory. Alright, let's see. Reverted back to the previous way of visualizing markets? No. I kind of like the last one a bit, I think. I'm pretty sure I mentioned something about the last one and how I liked it over the other ones, but okay. It doesn't matter. I think I'm not going to be too concerned either way. These are areas with not much market presence, with the markets of Karakorum and Ilan Hala being the main ones, and the Chinese markets encroaching on the southern parts. Siberia doesn't have any market of its own, so all of it currently has no access. I mean, yeah, there are no locations which belong to a formal power structure. You know, you have societies of pops. That's kind of it. Yeah. No one knows how trade works in EU4, you just trial and error the merchants around. See, fun fact, I actually do know how trade works in EU4. I can say that with confidence, even. He has a guide for it. I do even have a guide for it. I think you should try Gemrad, Kurt, as the first playthrough at EU5. True. Wait for them to release M&R for EU5 and then play. Okay, population. Pretty much you'd expect. It's kind of funny that they only showed the population for, okay, never mind. They did. But, I like how at a first glance it's like, yeah, nothing else matters. Just like, here are the tribes in Manchuria. Just, there you go. That's what you care about. I like how you can see the massive number. The massive number from Yuan just encroaching into this area. But here we go. It's really not too many people. I also find it super funny that these just end in like random numbers as well. It's totally fine, but it is funny. Where you're just like, yeah, probably 2,513 people lived here. Probably. I'm scrolling, but like, you know what I'm looking for. No population numbers for Siberia? Wow, literally unplayable. Will not download. Oh, here we go, okay. One thing I have to mention is that you will see many of them with the value of 150. That is the general default value that we used for the less populated areas of all of Eastern Siberia, where population estimates of the period don't allow for much fine-tuning. It's probably something that we will adjust. Yeah, okay, that's fine, actually. Anything that I should really look at for these? We'll have to whip out the NASA supercomputer for EU5 M&R when it comes out. Yeah, I'm gonna create a computer that has like multiple motherboards and CPUs that run in parallel just to be able to run this game. What happens if a province drops to 0? Well, if you own the location and it drops to 0, I think it becomes uncolonized. Kind of the way that in Imperator Rome, if you completely depopulate a location in Imperator Rome, it just becomes actually decolonized. Like there's nobody there. Me and my 150 gang homogeneously setting up our place in Kamchatka. Me and the boys setting up our state in Kamchatka with all 150 of us. Okay, so anything to really look at here? Ooh, I don't know if I'm reading all that. Sounds good, bro. It seems we are missing most of the Yenesian peoples beside Cat. Oh, hey, thank you very much, Braden Clampet. Sorry, I can't speak today. For the $2 Australian. I appreciate that. And so the yapping begins. The yapping is almost half over, if you can imagine. Tragically. It's only been 2 hours. Separate hardware for each M&R region. Oh, separate hardware, yeah. It might be the first time I actually disable regions in M&R when they make the EU5 M&R mod. Does Tungustic shamanism not apply to the peoples of Manchuria? No, they have a different form of shamanism. We're currently doing a pass on all animism religions. Yeah. I don't expect all of the various pagan religions to be like fully done for a while, to be honest, because it's probably one of the lower priority things for them to get to, and there's like a lot to do for that. Like, since they want to separate them all out, there's a lot that you have to do to figure that out. I hope I will be able to play Greenland. You will, actually. I'm pretty sure they mentioned... Wait, the time period is 1337. That's when we start the game, right? I'm pretty sure there are still... colonies in Greenland, right? Like, they're still alive? By this time period? Let me see. The abandonment. Sometime between 1350 and 1400, the Greenland Western settlement was abandoned. Yeah, I think you're still able to play as Greenland at the start of the game. I'm pretty sure they mentioned that. But maybe I'm crazy. They had like a mini-maps thing, didn't they? Hold on. Sure, this is a little bit of a slight tangent, but I actually do want to remember that. Where's the list of these? No. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the extra maps, North Atlantic. Yeah, here we go. You can play as Greenland. I wonder if we have like a zoom in. There you go. You will be able to play as Greenland at the start, which is cool. Anyway, that was a slight tangent. Alright, you know what? We might as well end up talking about the next dev diary, right? You can even raise a tiny army there, like 40 dudes, exactly. Objective, survive, yeah. I think at this point in time, near the settlements in Greenland, they're actually, there's like nobody there in this time period. Alright, thank you very much. I sell salt for the 200 Czech currency that I don't know the name of. Prolonging the yapping by an off-topic request for pronunciation attempt for this beautiful word. What? I don't even know how to... Hold on. Czech to English. Let me just... How am I supposed to pronounce that? Why would you put an accent on an R? That's not a vowel. Herbidov. Maybe. I pay you to stunlock is beautiful. R can be used as a vowel in Slavic languages. It's beautiful. What? And it's not even close. Beautiful. Okay, let me listen to Google Translate.
Hřbitov.
I wasn't that far off. Herbitov.
Hřbitov.
I think. Anyway, thank you for the sunlock. I appreciate that. It's a soft R?
Hřbitov.
What's a soft R? Herbitov? Herbitov. I don't know. Not real. Fake word. Okay, enough of chat trying to stunlock me further. We have to move on. We have to move on, okay? Robert has placed microtransactions in his Yapping stream game. Just part of the wider trend, you know, you gotta add microtransactions and everything. Alright, so what do we have? This is about diplomacy, right? Pretty much what you'd expect. Some dudes with the frilly, poofy neck thing that they had back then. Kind of funky looking. Alrighty. Number 33, this will be another 2 hours. Very nice. We're going to talk about diplomacy in Project Caesar. The core of the system is similar to our other grand strategy games, but has much in common with EU4 Imperator. I don't know why I said it so weirdly. Imperator, even though I think people are supposed to pronounce it as imperator, but I'm sorry, it's already too anglicized in my brain, so I'm not changing it. Okay, it's the same reason I call Paris Paris and not Paris. Anyway, Victoria 2 in particular, some of you may be very familiar with something we're talking about today, but not everyone reading this has played 5,000 hours in every grand strategy game we made. I feel targeted, but okay. So there are parts of today's Tinto Talks that will be, what the F man, I know this already for many of you. Well, that's, yeah, okay. It is what it is. Easy fix, Kaiser Rome. True. When it comes to diplomacy, we have based our interface solutions for diplomatic actions from two paths. First, when you have a country selected, you can get the classic way of seeing diplomatic actions related to that country, but we also have the sometimes more useful way of first selecting a diplomatic action and then seeing which countries would accept it. Beautiful. No notes. It's basically the macro menu in EU4, where you're like, oh, who's gonna ally me? You click the ally button and then you see who's available, who's willing to be an ally. No notes. Perfect. While this game may not have the immortal envoys of EU4 that limited how much diplomacy you could do at one time, in Project Caesar, you have a diplomatic corps, or diplomats as we refer to them. This represents how much diplomacy a country can do in a given time. Some advances, laws, or societal values will increase this amount, and there are also some buildings which will have an impact. Every diplomatic action you do requires at least one diplomat, and while they are a renewable resource, you may need to ration them. You gained 0.3 diplomats each month due to this. You have a maximum of 4. How do you get a part of a diplomat each month? You gotta like assemble them? You take the diplomat out of the IKEA box and then you put it together? They have to raise them. True. So how does this work? I'm kind of confused actually, because it's saying every diplomatic action you do requires at least one diplomat. So like, you actually use diplomats. You do an action, and that uses a diplomat. Like, they don't come back. You just use them. They're like disposable pieces. You use them for diplomacy, and then they get cast into the void. Sounds like you spend diplomats instead of sending them off for a period of time. Yeah, that's what it seems to be. And then you recover them up to your max. Yeah, I don't think there's ever been a system like this. For diplomacy, I mean. Like in EU4, you have the immortal diplomats that just kind of come back after you do things. Oh, it's EU3 again. Right, I completely forgot about older games that have this system. So EU4 doesn't have this. Imperator Rome doesn't even really have diplomacy. I mean, sorry, not diplomacy, but like, it doesn't really have an equivalent. I mean, it has diplomat, or political power, I guess. Vic 2 has it, I think? Oh, I never really played that much of Vic 2, so you're probably right. Imperator has, like, money? Yeah, it has money, and it has, the political influence and stuff. You pay for diplo actions? Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll see. It could be good, could be bad. I think it's just like, we'll have to see the way that it feels when it's implemented. Opinions. In almost all grand strategy games we have made, we've tracked relations between countries, often in the completely natural and intuitive range of -200 to +200. Early on, the relation was a single value, which, yeah, wouldn't make too much sense. But in EU4, over a decade ago, oh my god. Yeah, EU4's almost, that's over a decade old. That's crazy. That's crazy. We introduced the concept that country A could view country B one way, and country B could view country A another way. This game is no different in that regard. Okay, good. It should be called diplomatic actions, not diplomats, because diplomats sounds silly. True. Yeah, I agree with that. These opinions are calculated depending on the various states between countries, like religion, culture, diplomacy, and much more, and can have temporary impacts from actions. EU4 having the same effect on Corbett as discussing his Nintendo DS from 2010. The DS isn't even that old, let's be honest. It's not even that old. The 3DS is almost new. These opinions are calculated depending on the various states between countries like religion, culture, diplomacy, much more. Yeah, it makes sense. Familiar. This is all stuff that's familiar. Most people in chat, you know, are probably here because they play EU4, so this stuff is pretty standard. Pretty normal. Most people probably know about what we're talking about. So I'm just gonna like skim through this pretty much. Opinions between countries, temporary things, you know, we talk about the religious bonus. Cultural bonus I don't think exists in EU4 actually. So that might be a new one, right? The cultural impact. Because like religion has an impact in EU4, culture doesn't really. Diplomacy obviously, and then the temporary impacts from actions, events, that kind of thing. I don't know about events. I don't know how they're gonna work in EU5, but yeah. Whether a country likes or dislikes, the difference between trust and opinion is that if a high opinion will stop a country from being hostile, but you need trust to be able to work together, makes sense. Let's see, multiple ways to influence, improve relations, send gifts, pretty standard stuff we all know. Neapolitan opinion of the crown of Aragon, different culture, see that's a new one. Different court language, that's a new one. Neapolitan view of Catholic countries, and then recent conflict lost. So if you lose a conflict, then you're saltier, I guess. It kind of makes sense. If you win a conflict, you're not as salty. In fact, you probably would be more amicable if you win. Well, it depends on how you win. I don't know, we'll see. Trust. Trust represents how likely one country finds that another country will act honorably towards them. Whether friend or foe, trust is a crucial component in forging lasting agreements. This might be different. Trust is hard to get and easy to lose. You can always send the diplomats to profess trust, which will increase their trust in you, but your diplomatic reputation will be lowered for the next 5 years. Okay, that's interesting. So there's no like currying favors and then getting those favors to increase trust. Maybe I actually haven't read the favors part yet, so maybe. That's interesting though. You can just say, "Hey, trust me, bro," and they're like, "Okay," but your diplomatic reputation is lowered for 5 years, which is something, I guess. Favors represent how much one country has promised or otherwise owes to another country. Favors can be spent to ask the other country to do something. If favors get too unbalanced, refusing to do these things can cause a loss of trust or even diplomatic reputation. Okay, so in EU4, when your ally that's been your ally for like 100 years asks you for a bit of gold and you just laugh and say no, and like pretty much nothing happens in EU4. But in this case, I guess it has like an actually important impact. Interesting. You gain favors by helping your allies and supporting them in their times of need. You can also use some of your diplomats on currying favors. This will reduce the monthly diplomats you gain each month. Again, I prefer they just call it diplomatic actions or something, but oh well. At the same time, grant your country favors in the target country and they get favors on you. Ooh. That's a new one. So when you curry favors, that goes both ways. You both get favors. I like that it's less one-sided, but I kind of like that actually. Yeah, I think I like that. I think that's a positive change. I give money to the bots because I don't want to be mean. But you have to be mean. You have to be mean to min-max. To mean-max, in fact. Maybe don't ask me for money when I only have money because I got fresh burger loans. You can't ask the AI when they have loans for money, right? So, can the AI actually ask you when you have loans? Maybe, I don't remember. They can ask you when you have loans? That's messed up. Okay, let's see. Also interesting, Catalan cultural influence versus Castilian cultural tradition. Curious. We'll get to that some week, I think. Spy networks. Also, what is this? The favors they owe us changes by 0.5 each month due to these. Okay, but it says they also get favors on you. Also, 0.5 is crazy. Maybe it's not that crazy. So I guess you both get 0.5, or maybe it's less for them, I don't know. Spy networks. This describes the extent to which a country has infiltrated another with a network of informants, double agents, and general turncoats, and thus how much inside knowledge they have of that country. Ooh, are we gonna have, like, actual intrigue to know about an enemy? Instead of just checking the ledger and having permanent, perfect information about every single troop in the world? That would be interesting. Like, there's something to be said for, like, access to knowledge in these kinds of games. Where, like, it allows you to play in, like, a perfect way. Right? If you have enough understanding about the game, then having all the knowledge about all the numbers, like the troop numbers and stuff, like even knowing the discipline of your enemy before you go to war, allows you to play the game, like, perfectly. Like, at that point, it's just like, oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly how many troops the enemy has. I know exactly their discipline. I know exactly their morale. I know exactly down to the number of artillery pieces. I know exactly what they have. And that does make the game easier by having information like that. But it's not about making it easier. It's like, is it fun to have that information or not? I don't know. That's not a conversation we need to necessarily have today, but it is, like, it is part of it, right? It's interesting. To be fair, the AI also knows your numbers. They make lots of decisions based on the ledger knowledge. For sure, yeah, like, the AI kind of needs to know that because they aren't a player. They need to know that in order to be able to be effective, right? But when it comes to, like, the player experience playing the game, like, is it better to have no information? Is it worse to have no information? I don't know. At the very least, if this is what it is, or what I think it would be, then it'll be interesting. Perfect info is great. I love knowing what some random tribe I'll never meet is doing. Sounds like a great way to balance difficulty. Maybe? Not the Rosenkreuz ledger quote problems. Oh yeah, he did mention, I did watch, I don't remember which video that was, but yeah, there was something about ledger in one of the more recent videos, right? Yeah, it's certainly like a It's an element of gameplay. Having knowledge about that. Corbett, do you coach for EU4? Nah. To me, it's like, if you want to learn about EU4 from me, I guess, it's just like, I don't know, watch my videos, I guess. Because I try to make my videos also like somewhat educational sometimes, where I'm like, oh, by the way, this is how this works. But yeah. Or do you coach for Imperator though? I would need somebody to coach me for Imperator, because I do not know how to play that game. Okay, let's see. Can be used to perform a variety of insidious diplomatic actions. You need to use a diplomat to start building a spy network, and while it is then active, you will gain fewer diplomats each month. The speed with which your spy network is built depends on your spy network construction capacity, and the target country's counter-espionage reduces it, I see. The size of your spy network in a country impacts your siege ability, so we're bringing that back, and how much aggressive expansion you get from treating them badly. Interesting. And how much aggressive expansion you get from treating them badly. So like, if you have a big spy network in a country that you take land from, does that reduce the aggressive expansion from taking land? Or does it reduce the aggressive expansion that country gets from your aggressive expansion actions? So is this like the aggressive expansion that everyone else perceives from treating the target country badly? Or is it how much aggressive expansion the target country receives from you treating them badly? I don't know. He coaches on how to cook dungeon monsters. So I have to bear this cross forever. Diplomatic reputation. This represents how highly regarded a country is in international relations. There are advances that will increase it, but it is also increased by your country's prestige and decreased by your aggressive expansion. AI countries look very much at diplomatic reputation when it comes to accepting diplomatic offers, very similar to EU4. A diplomatic range, very similar to EU4. Wait, no. Hold on, hold up. Back that one up a little bit. No, actually. Sorry, not very similar to EU4. That's not at all actually how it works in EU4. Not even slightly. They usually factor in distance into a lot of things in EU4, but you're still allowed to interact with the countries. Like, if you wanted to, if you had vision, then you could send an alliance offer to Japan in 1444 as Portugal. You could. They'd probably reject it, but in theory you could. There's a problem with Aragon and the Mamluks in this image. They should have range, but there's a bug. Okay. So the map isn't to be taken as gospel. But just like generally speaking, it's like, okay, this is, I imagine, the start of the game. Generally, I'd say maybe you'd have the ability to reach the Mamluks, probably the Golden Horde as well. Maybe the Golden Horde, I don't know, I'm a little bit iffy on that one. But, yeah, okay. Diplomatic range, which is one of the worst mechanics of Crusader Kings. It'd be interesting. I mean, it's kind of like trade range, which exists, but, I mean, nobody really complains about trade range in EU4 that much. Except when they made that one change with colonies in the Americas. where having a colony actually no longer gives you the trade range increase. They did make that change. And I think some people complained about that. Some people being me. But it's fine. This map shouldn't be taken as gospel. I mean, it comes from the same place where a director answered a question with, I think. It's all work in progress. I remember the uproar when they removed the level 1 forts everywhere and added zone of control. There was uproar around that. It's such a better system. But maybe that's with hindsight, you know? Hindsight's always 20/20. So like looking back on it, it's like, yeah, this is so much better. I mean, not everyone understands zone of control because it's like, in practice, it feels very complex to navigate. It does have a set of rules, by the way. It's not like actual cheating. They're just like kind of difficult to figure out in the moment, which is why it feels unfair and it feels like the AI is cheating, but I'm pretty sure like the rules are actually consistently enforced. It's just like not the easiest to understand them. Terra Incognita basically is this mechanic in EU4. Oh, that's true. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. When you're... Okay, yeah, I don't see any Terra Incognita. Can you see everything? I really like having the ability to explore the map and uncover areas. That was like, it's a little feature, but it's nice. I like having it. But I guess if they're going to get rid of that, I don't know. It's going to make me a little bit sad. Because I think that's cool. It's just like a cool little mechanic that they have. You gotta like discover places and you literally cannot see them. I kind of like that. I mean, it also allows for like massive exploits, that's for sure. Like, it allows you to do some insane exploits in EU4. But it's still nice. It's still like a fun little mechanic. Anyway, let's move on to rivals. In Project Caesar, we have the system of rivals, fairly similar to the one in EU4 with a few differences. Yeah, let me unlock myself again. Back when I started playing EU4, I thought rivals would be like friendly rivalries. I thought that when they were talking about rivals, they were talking about like the kind of rivals you have in like the Pokemon games. Where they're like, you know, kind of friendly rivals. Like you're just trying to like, you know, pressure each other so you both improve. No. That is not how it works in EU4. You guys want each other dead. Frenemies, yeah. I thought it was closer to something where like, oh, anime rivals, where you like, you tried to like, you know, strengthen each other through a rivalry, like a friendly rivalry, you know? No, it is not a friendly rivalry. It is a rivalry. Like I want that guy dead kind of rivalry. Like I need him dead. It's not enough for him to lose wars. I want him gone. You know, like that kind of rivalry. Crazy how that works. First of all, the selection of rivals is less opaque and follows a few simple rules. A valid rival is someone within a geographical area that is of a similar or higher rank or shares a culture group. Sure, the geographical area for an empire is the same continent or adjacent subcontinent, while for a country in the same area or adjacent province definition. So there's a difference between countries and empires? Is that what I'm seeing here? The geographical area for an empire is the same continent or adjacent subcontinent. While for a... Oh, county. I can't read. County, not country. I'm stupid. While for a county is the same area or adjacent province definition. Of course, you can always rival somebody who has declared you as a rival. That makes sense. Secondly, if you don't pick enough rivals, your actions that increase aggressive expansion will give you more, and your spy networks become far weaker. So that's the way that they're going to pressure you into choosing rivals in EU5. Okay. Thirdly, you can always create a casus belli on your rivals if you have a spy network built up there. Yeah, that's kind of similar, to be honest. Finally, there's no cooldown on replacing a rival, but it will cost you 25 stability. I don't remember what the stability is in EU5. I think it's like negative 100 to positive 100. I think that's the system they're using. As opposed to, say, like 0 to 100, right? I think they have, I think it's 200 points. Isn't stability provincial? I don't think so. But Ming rivaling a small Balkan country is a classic. Yeah, I remember playing that Manipur game in that one video, and then Ming rivaling me. That was great. That was fun. Or when I was playing Navarra and the Ottomans rivaled me. That was amazing. That was very fun. Oh no, did they rival me or did they support the independence of a subject? I think that's what it was. Anyway. Diplomatic capacity. As suggested by many of you back in Tinto Talks number 12, we changed the diplomatic relations slot system to become a diplomatic capacity system instead. Okay, so we're borrowing also from... No, it's not quite the same thing as Victoria 3, but like... in practice, it's something kind of similar. Because it's not the same as a capacity, but it is like a resource that is constant but is used up by certain relationships. So it kind of functions in a similar way to, I'd say, like the Victoria 3 system. Kind of. I think it's more rigid in Victoria 3, like, oh, it's 75 Diplo, whatever it's called in Vic 3, for like this specific type of agreement, and that's consistent. But it seems like for this, the size of a vassal might take up a larger diplomatic capacity. Maybe. Oh yeah, there you go. Sorry, this stuff here. The cost for an alliance depends on the power of the ally, and similarly, subjects cost different things depending on their type and size. There you go, that makes sense. Aragon only has one vassal at the start, but it's not that small. Yeah, Majorca is the 3 islands here. Diplomatic action and treaties. Today, we will not talk more about unions or subjects, as they will be covered in a later Tinto Talks. However, we will thoroughly discuss as many as possible of the other types of diplomatic treaties and actions. A diplomatic action costs a diplomat to do, but not all of them create a treaty. A treaty is something that lasts over a period of time and can be anything from an alliance to food access for your armies. Okay. This category of actions, friendly actions, also includes some of the ones mentioned above, like improving opinions, professing trust, and currying favors. Some of the other friendly actions include the following. Repeat it again. Defensive leagues. Some of you may recognize this from Imperator, but it's basically a defensive alliance. I kind of like that. Guarantees. In this game, you can also ask a more powerful country to guarantee you. Oh, that's new. Asking a country for a guarantee. Propose a ruler. Okay, if you have adults of your dynasty that are not your current ruler, you can propose that they become the ruler of another monarchy if they are in a regency without a valid heir. Interesting. So that's like when we see the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth rise. Or am I dumb? No, that kind of was what it was, wasn't it? It was or was it the ruler directly? Hold on, let me think about this. Am I crazy? It was a Lithuanian noble that was also heir to Lithuania or something, and they're like, hey, what if you made that what if he made him the king of Poland as well? Wouldn't that be cool? But maybe I'm getting that wrong. The Union of Lublin. Is that the one? Or is that before it? Oh, there's a whole history behind that one. They turned to Jogaila, the Grand Duke of Lithuania. Jogaila was a lifelong pagan and vowed to adopt Catholicism upon marriage by signing the Union of Krevo on the... Oh, okay, there's a whole thing going on here. That's a lot more complicated than I thought it would be. The ultimate clause dictated that Lithuania was to be merged in perpetuity with the Polish kingdom. However, this did not take effect until 1569. Okay, maybe that's a little more complicated than I thought it was. How different is that from request relative as heir? Seems to be virtually the same. Except they have to be in regency without a valid heir. Poland also proposed the Polish-Lithuanian-Russia Commonwealth when they took Moscow. What a timeline that would have been. Wait until you read about land rights. We don't have time to get into that today. They also did so with Hungary and Bohemia at some point. There was also the Swedish PLC Union. What? Poland lore? New Poland lore just dropped? I'm guessing for the Diplo range one, they got rid of Terra Incognita to show it off better, but the rival one actually does show you that Terra Incognita really well. Oh, wait. Oh. This one? Can't see the Sahara. You're right. I didn't even process this as being Terra Incognita. I thought it was just like a debug thing. Like I thought they just wanted to focus on this area, but you're right, now that I think about it, this is probably Terra Incognita. I didn't register it as that because it doesn't have a graphic for it yet. I'm sure they're going to add something because like they're not just gonna keep it as like the void. You know, that's a little too ominous. I don't like it. They're gonna have like some interesting map graphics for sure for Terra Incognita, but I think you're right. I think that is what this is. Let's go. One of my favorite things coming back. Okay, then share maps. Yeah, okay, there you go. That should have been something I read first. That makes sense. Give maps of an area to another country that they have not discovered yet. Makes sense. I mean, you can't have the Age of Discovery and not have a Terra Incognita feature. Sorry, I slapped my microphone again. Poland had two vassal rulers, if I remember correctly. They tried to claim the Swedish throne but failed, I think. Okay. For just 50 favors, you can get any country to not send privateers near you. That seems like a lot. We have hostile actions. Tend to be offensive to the receiving part, damages opinion and trust. Intervene in war. Any empire can join in on the defender's side in a war if the opinion of that country is high enough. Oh god. Oh, that's gonna complicate things so much. This is like the Victoria 3 system of, is somebody gonna try and intervene in this war that they shouldn't care about? It's Vic 3 all over again. They just happen to be friendly enough. There's no defensive pact. There's no alliance. It's just like, yeah, we're good friends with that guy, so maybe we're gonna join the war defensively. Oh boy. Great stuff. Yeah, that's gonna be something. Isolate from allies will make them break an alliance they have, but cost a lot of favors. That makes sense. Send insult reduces their opinions of you. Reduces their opinion, but they get a CB. If power projection doesn't exist, I don't know how useful sending an insult will be. But I assume power projection probably will exist in some capacity because we also have rivals. The issue is that the AI loves to improve relations randomly, so I hope they balance it better than Vic 3. Yeah, because, well, that sort of speaks to one of the big issues in Victoria 3 is that, like, you can't declare war in a country if your relations are too high, and so countries, as a strategy, just automatically improve relations with all of the powers that might try to kill them. It makes sense. It keeps them alive, but it also just makes it really annoying. Like, it works. Like, it is, like, solid AI geopolitical strategy, you know, make friends with the rival of the country that's trying to invade you so that they can pressure the country trying to invade you to maybe not invade you. Like, sure, it makes sense. It keeps them alive. It's effective, but God, is it annoying. Are people talking about Byzantium being bottom? What? Okay. Anyway. That's, okay, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Threaten war. If you have a CB for a province, you can use this to threaten with a war, and they have a chance of accepting it. Only kingdoms and empires can do this. They have a chance, you say? Does this mean that to threaten... Does this mean actually it might be better to threaten for war most of the time? No. Wait. Chat, remind me. How does the war system, or the peace deal system work? You have to take the thing that you declared war for, but you can take more. So it's not like Victoria 3. Which means it might not be the most effective to threaten war. If you only want that one thing, then yes. Corbett, when will you make a vlog stream just yapping no background? One day I might make a yapping stream that is just like a 4-hour lecture on a hyper niche specific quirk about Aztec culture. That'll be fun. Threaten war is in EU4 though. It is, but it's not like it's a chance of them accepting it. That's like the different part of it, is that in EU4 you know for sure whether or not they will accept, right? Yapping about Bohemian land rights across the medieval times, of course. Yes, naturally. Let's have a 4-hour lecture on the impact of the Black Death on the institution of serfdom in one specific town in England. Let's do that. That would be great. Chance mechanic is once again from EU3. Yeah, I think it's gonna make individual actions less of a, I don't know if you'd call that a solved game, but the unpredictability of AI is definitely going to be like a big breakup from the EU4 formula, where you pretty much know for sure whether a country's going to say yes or no to something. It's going to be different. I don't know if it's going to be a good different, or if it's going to be an annoying different. Probably more annoying, but we'll see. The sand versus snow debate. I hope interactions aren't like in EU3 where it had a certain RNG of accepting it was horrible. Well, I mean, that's what it's looking like. I think it's going to be different though. In EU3, I didn't play it, but I think I've seen screenshots. So remind me, but I think it had this system where it was like, oh, likely or very likely or, you know, almost guaranteed. Like it told you in vague terms, maybe. I'm pretty sure, but it's much better if they give you just a percentage chance. You know, in Victoria 3, they're like, oh, 4% chance of acceptance. You know what I mean? 5 hours soil chart tier list. Iron Man EU5 is just gambling the campaign. Gamble it all. When you're 300 years into your EU5 campaign, then you have another 200 years to go, but your ally takes the 4% chance of not accepting your call to arms, thus ruining your entire campaign. That's gonna be great. Yapping about the slow fall of the Mayan observed in the degradation of their wooden mainframes and buildings, yes. Okay, anyway, covert actions, let's keep going. These are actions you need a spy network for, including corrupt officials, reduce the effectiveness of their cabinet, interesting. Infiltrated administration, we've seen that before. Steal maps, we've seen that before. Support rebels, we've seen, ooh, hold on. I want to know more about this, actually. I didn't expect that this would be a thing. I thought it would just be once there's a rebellion, then you can help that country, but this is also returning, so that's interesting. Economy actions, more of a gray zone. Yeah, you can, like, embargo, that's... Of course, like, you're looking at the same thing as, like, EU4, probably. Request a loan, that's interesting. Something you usually send to a banking country, that makes sense. Block building in a country... Block them from building buildings in your location, which can be useful when you don't want some English trade offices in all your cities. It's interesting that, like, you have to block buildings in country instead of granting them. So instead of having, like, a whitelist, it's a blacklist feature, which I don't know if I like. I kind of like the way that in Victoria 3, it is a sort of like a whitelist feature, where you say, like, okay, I'm going to grant you investment rights, right? That's something that you know, they don't automatically start with investment rights, you have to grant it to them. So, I don't know if I like the implication that this starts with, oh, anybody can build buildings anywhere, and then you have to manually block them. It's interesting. But maybe it's necessary for the game systems to actually function, is that you don't need to ask for permission, you can just build it and then they say no. Because otherwise, maybe the AI will not be proactive enough. Embargoes are going to be a little bit different. Reduce the market attraction of their markets in your locations, making them more likely to trade in other markets. Presumably, you'd want that to be yours. Their trades will no longer be allowed to enter your territory as well, that makes sense. Historically didn't work like that in India with the Mughals and the European coastal trade stations as factories. No idea. I don't think we know what the end date will be, but we have a pretty good idea. Access actions. There are 3 types of actions here. Military access, where you can march your armies through another country's territory. I was going to say that also calls into question food access, because armies have food now. So food access, where you can have your armies supplied in another country's territory, and then fleet basing rights, where you're allowed to base your ships in their ports. All of them have the option to offer it to another country and request from them, while military access can now also be requested to be bought. I like that. Of course, there are many country-specific diplomatic actions, but they will be talked about after Christmas when we start with the flavor talk. If they're starting to talk about flavor, like next year, that makes me think that the game is actually going to be in a state to be released sometime next year. Corbett, will you consider getting stunned by this comment for 10 seconds just to read it? Sure. But maybe only 7 seconds, we gotta move on. The random Y with the accent is in the "your" for your armies? Yeah. Stay tuned, next week will be something completely different. Interesting. Thank you, Pelias, for the dev responses I should look at. So we'll start with 13. Ooh, uh-oh. Way past that one. When a diplomat is in one country, any way for that diplomat to do more than one action? No, they do one action. I think that's how, yeah, that's what they want to do with it. Diplomat mana, good description. Yeah, I mean, it would be a serious suggestion to change the name away from diplomat and maybe just diplomatic actions. Because that, I think, is a little less ambiguous. Can spy networks help with sieges? Is support rebels more effective in EU4, or do they mean then in EU4? Probably then in EU4. Can you choose to intervene on their behalf? Can they be considered allies so you don't fight them if they cross into your country? Oh, right, yeah, rebels are proper countries when they spawn, so there's no worry about them crossing into your country. Like, they're not the same thing. Yeah. Money's not even real, actually. Thank you very much, Ladrixia Thorn, for the Hungarian doubloons. I don't know what the currency is. I assume it's Hungarian. Thank you for the 2,000 hoof forints. Okay. Have another language stunlock. Pronounce. I feel like I should put these into Google Translate so that when I'm pronouncing words, I'm not accidentally pronouncing swears. Because I don't actually know what the word is. Oh, okay, that's not a bad word. Okay, wow, curious how the word is distraction, but in Hungarian. Isn't that curious? Oh boy. Figilamelteriles. Yes. Close enough. We're seeing the microtransaction system getting patched in real time. You don't need diplomats to negotiate peace deals, right? That's always super annoying. I hope not. How do you pronounce this?
Figyelemelterelés.
No. No.
Figyelemelterelés.
Figyelemelterelés. Ah. Nailed it. They might as well give me Hungarian citizenship. Does the AI voice have a Spanish accent? I have no idea. It's Florence money, so forints, and it's one of the weakest currencies in the world. Florence money? Oh, right, I'm getting stunlocked from another stunlock. Okay, number 21 is next. Oh, we went through that one. 27? I really hope that in Project Caesar there will also be an option to make an offer for a desired area, and you could either compensate in cash or in provinces or both. Yes, we have a bi-territory diplomatic action, so based. Time for my Portuguese port in Goa. Let's go. Oh, the name for it comes from Florence. Oh, okay, like how dollars come from the Czech tolars. I see. And ducats are Venetian, for instance. Yeah, like, I actually don't know where pesos come from. I was gonna say, oh yeah, how pesos come from Spanish. Oh wait, no, that's still pesos. Never mind. Comes from Rome, maybe? Really hope we will be able to negotiate provinces during wars with allies. I think they said no. The dollar sign was originally the peso sign. That's crazy. Peso just means weight. That makes sense. It's like how pounds are also kind of like a weight, but also a currency. But maybe that's a different etymological root. Anyway, a lot of questions here for 77. Having 0.3 of a diplomat feels just so wrong. Maybe the diplomatic power, diplomatic ability, or diplomatic actions. Hard to find a good name. I would just say diplomatic actions. It costs 1 diplomatic action. Or costs 2 diplomatic actions. You know what I mean? Costs half a diplomatic action. Or whatever. Would getting allies be harder than in EU4? It always felt weird to me how every single country had 2+ allies all the time. Unless something freaky happens, why should France ally with random HRE minors? Allies cost differently. So larger allies are going to be more expensive? Okay, so if you're playing as Aragon, an alliance with Portugal is 3 entire diplomatic capacity. So starting as Aragon, you really can't get a lot of alliances, because you start with Majorca as a vassal, and being over the limit, like, that's a massive penalty. Minus 100 loyalty of subjects. Minus 6 diplomatic reputation. That's pretty big. Okay, is there a possibility to have a non-aggression treaty? Not designed any yet, but could be doable. That'd be interesting. A non-aggression pact. Will customs unions be a thing, basically allowing for trading resources between countries without penalties? No design for it yet. Isn't that what markets kind of do? But it's not like a relationship thing. I don't know how that would work. Because markets have like regional influence. So if someone joins your customs union in quotes, will they just have like terrible access to your market if they're too far away? It's not like you can just teleport the goods to that country. I don't know, it's kind of weird. I assume you can still go over the diplomatic capacity in exchange for some penalties. Yes, not super nice. So yeah, so if you are allied to Portugal, that's pretty much your entire diplomatic capacity. Starting as Aragon, you're looking at like having Majorca, and then maybe having like one other alliance with a small country. Even having an alliance with Portugal at the start as Aragon is going to put you over the limit. So, what would be another one that I missed earlier? 89. That's this one. How come Aragon has diplomatic range all the way to Russia, but Mamluks are out of range? It is just a bug, I think someone said. The closest port for the Golden Horde is on the Caspian Sea, so it can't reach anywhere. Okay, I see. The slight problem with the Mamluks here is that the closest port for Cairo is Suez. So the algorithm goes, oh, we have to go all the way around Africa. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. It tries to, like, calculate the diplomatic range based on the closest port. Which is, okay, yeah, that's an issue. Oh, I just realized. Yeah, that's what they meant by the Caspian Sea. Like, I'm sorry, I got the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea mixed up in my head. So because the nearest port to the capital of the Golden Horde is like over here or something, it's like, oh, this is how you calculate diplomatic range. It's like, oh, this is the closest port to the capital, therefore we're going to calculate range from this. When instead, it should calculate from any port? Wouldn't that kind of make sense? Any port that you own should extend the range, maybe? Anyway, next one, 94. Unless I missed something. Yeah, never mind. Is conditional military access gone? Yes, so based. Oh my god, based. So you actually need to negotiate military access in an independent sense. Like, it's not just like, oh, your enemies have access through here, therefore you have access through here. It's always been kind of weird. Sorry, I slapped my microphone again. Mostly because you can have battles in other people's territory in EU4, which I'm sure happened. But it's still kind of weird. I'm sure it did happen. Sometimes. But I imagine most of the time a country would really not appreciate it if they give military access to like an ally or something, and then that ally decides to fight a war or a battle in their territory. Like, they probably wouldn't appreciate that. Actually, you know what? It would still happen though, wouldn't it? Because now you can just like have both sides negotiate for military access, and then both sides meet in that one country and duke it out. Crazy how that works. Will I be able to turn off 10,000 nations asking for military access? No, you will comb through each one. I don't know, to be honest. And then we have one more, 236. I'm a little puzzled about the food access option. Does it mean that military access gives access for your troops, but if you want to feed them, you also need food access? Or does military access always give the food access, and the food access essentially allows you to form supply lines through the country, but not move troops? Good question. Military access equals I need to march my army through your land. I will not take food from you as I carry my own. Better if you're like marching through a smaller country, right? So you're just passing through. You don't need food from it. But say you're like Austria trying to reach Spain, going through France, you might need some food as you're going through France. So you can ask like, hey, I need to get food from you as well. And I may have to have my army in your country for a bit to prepare for something. Oh, that's not what I expected. You could have auxiliaries marching food back and forth doing supply lines if you don't get food access. Ooh. The logistics are a little more complicated than I thought they would be. Oh, this was something I had a question about, actually. Spy network affecting aggressive expansion. Does that mean only the country you have a spy network in will have reduced AE? Or is your AE reduced with all countries if you took land from the country you have a spy network in? It affects all countries. So if you have a spy network in, say, Naples, and you take some provinces in Naples, then that will directly reduce your aggressive expansion. That makes building a spy network in a country that you're fighting that much more important. It's not just about siege ability, the same way that, like, yeah, that's useful in EU4. That's the reason why you would want to build a spy network in a country that you're fighting. But now it's even more important because you reduce the aggressive expansion. So that's cool. Okay, we do have one more map to look at, and then we have, I don't know if this is actually that important, but I might go through it. Oh, it's just a little thing. Okay. It's not that much. And then we have the October changes that we'll go through as well. So let's go over to the map. Will salt make food last longer in armies? If I had to guess, I would say that there's probably going to be a building that will use salt and create like more supply capacity, maybe, or maybe just produce more food or something. I don't know. Or maybe there's some kind of thing you can turn on for your army which requires a specific type of good that will be produced from a building that uses salt and meat or something, for example. Or maybe there's just like a supplies thing. I don't know. I don't quite remember. But I think it will be used in some way. All right. Now we move on to China. I saw a lot of people talking about the sheer number of locations in here, so that'll be fun. This is the small version of the map we have. Welcome to another week of Tinto's Fun Maps. This week it will be a huge one as we will take a look at the entirety of China. It is a really big area, but it didn't make sense to split it into multiple parts to present it separately, so we are showing it all at once. Yeah, because I mean, you have the one big entity, that's the Yuan dynasty in the area. And then a few other things, you see a little bit of Southeast Asia, a little bit of South Asia as well. A sliver of Tibet on the side. Pretty much what you'd expect. Also interesting that they have the accents on Dai Viet, so now I have no idea how to actually pronounce it. I hope people will do 1 billion pop speedruns. That'd be pretty sick. Obviously, the territory is dominated by Yuan. I assume these are tributary states or vassals. With Dali as its vassal, okay. They appear big, strong, and scary, but they will have their own fair share of problems for sure. I will not go into detail into the countries that can be seen further south, as we will talk about Southeast Asia in a future Tinto Maps, okay. Societies of Pops. Interesting that there are a bunch of societies of Pops in the area as well. I mean, it makes sense, it's just something I didn't really think about. Saying they're showing all of China, but it doesn't include Tibet. Controversial. They're talking about the region geographically described as China, where the geographical features of Tibet allow it to be denoted as a different region. I don't think it's that controversial. Part of me wishes to say it's pre-Ming, part wishes to say it's pre-Qing. How do we even define Tibet? We get the part that's really cold in the big plateau and we say, that looks like Tibet to me. I don't know. So we have a bunch of different societies of Pops. The Meow people. Holy. Someone needs to do the Meow World Conquest. I wonder if you can play as a Wu. Oh, didn't they get rid of U? Isn't it like Wu Tsang now or something? I don't remember if they showed off the maps of Tibet. Where we need to get somebody to play as Wu and then create the Wu vassal. Oh yeah, there's already an OO in West Africa. That's crazy. Quite a variety of peoples in southwest China, as you will see later in the culture maps. Yes. A lot of people. You know what? I'm gonna go on one stunlock because I kind of just forget if you can play as Societies of Pops, and I kind of hope you can. So let me just like real quick go back to countries. Don't remember which one that is though. Selectable nation types? Maybe that's the one. Okay, yeah, you can play Societies of Pops. Okay, base. Never mind. I just forgot whether you could or not. Not planned? Wait. Let me reopen that. Am I crazy? Selectable nation types. In Project Caesar, we currently have 4 categories of playable countries. List of country types: settled, army-based, extraterritorial, Societies of Pops. Hold on, let me scroll down. Am I crazy? I just want to like remember to see if that's a thing that you can do. Okay, Societies of Pops, one of the most challenging types, as most mechanics are not available to them. They own no land, but are based upon Pops. As they own no land, they do not interact with RGOs. Almost all of them start without advances for taxation, codifying laws, or constructing cities. They can raise levies directly from their Pops. Yeah, you can play as them, I think. Unless they said, oh, wait, hold on. Currently, though, the gameplay experience is not where we want it, and unless that is improved by beta, they are very likely to be AI only. Okay, I'm gonna jump off a cliff. Okay, yeah, that sucks. Never mind. So they said, like, yeah, there are 4 playable ones, but actually, just kidding. Just kidding. Probably going to be AI only. That sucks, because I was really looking forward to playing one, to be honest. Probably DLC. No, I don't think it's going to be probably DLC. I think they said, like, there's a chance that it could improve by beta, and then they might be playable, but they're saying it's likely that they will not be. Which makes me think, like, there's at least a chance. Unless they're lying the entire time and they want to make it DLC, but I'm not going to be that uncharitable. Funnily enough, Vic 3 decentralized have government law list. They do. Yeah, I've also been waiting to be able to play Vic 3 decentralized countries, but the more Vic 3 I play, the more I realize it's probably going to be like a horrible experience. It's probably going to suck. But we'll see. Anyway, I just wanted to remember if you could play Societies of Pops, and you can maybe, in theory, could maybe happen by the time that the game releases. Finally managed to catch the full name of the Borgigian dynasty in all of its glory. There you go. And the whole yuan there. Locations, 50 billion, 500 locations. I hope they don't play like tribes in EU4, the Societies of Pops. Or do you mean like the decentralized countries in Vic 3? I don't think either of them are going to, by the way. Imagine conquering all that. Yeah, it'd be a massive pain. Well, at the very least, they have the province system. Like, you can just conquer provinces, but... Oh god, these are provinces, aren't they? Oh, these are the locations. These are the provinces. It's still gonna be a massive pain. Oh boy. Society of Pop sounds like a tribe? No, it isn't necessarily. They're just like, groups of people that do not have a country. I think. So I won't play in China, noted. It's so... it's so granular. Waiter, more locations, please. There's so many. It's so dense, I don't even know what I'm looking at in this screenshot. Like, this is just meaningless information to me. I can't parse a single thing here. I think they can move somewhat, somewhere in the West Africa Tinto Talk, I think. Maybe with pop growth? Maybe. Play as Portugal and just build loads of missions in harbors in China without bothering to bring a single army. Terrain, massive, huge areas. Climate, subtropical, continental. And then lots of grassland. So grassland is not like the same as farmland. You will notice here that there are a few locations assigned as farmlands. That's because when we did this part of the map, there was not yet a clear criteria of how we would be defining the farmlands, and their placement here hasn't been reviewed yet. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Because I feel like it should just be like farmland, but with a modifier. Sorry, I mean grassland with a modifier to be farmland, rather than a separate indicator. Unless you can turn grasslands into farmlands. You know what I mean? Unless you have like reforestation, deforestation, and the ability to like change the vegetation level in an area, then I think you should just like keep them as grasslands and then give them like modifiers, maybe, I don't know. Then farmlands can also degrade to grassland, yeah. Imagine mission description, own list of 5,000 provinces before 1,400 or get locked out of the rest of the missions. As intended. Development, massive leap between everything that is in China and everything outside of China. I think they said they wanted to review this, and I think that makes a lot of sense because this is like a stark difference, you know what I mean? The harsh changes of development at the end of China proper is probably too strong right now. Yeah, I would say these probably need to be a little bit closer integrated into the surrounding areas. Like, I don't know why this area would be any more developed than, say, like this area beneath it. Unless it's something specific, I don't know. It's just like a weird, like, massive jump. Vinland? Yes, Ross said. Vinland. Mountains, I guess? I mean, this area up here is part of the, which desert is that? Gobi Desert, I think? All I know is that the western portion is well settled since the Han, so it's not that weird. Does anyone know if EU5 has the capability of splitting provinces while the game is being played? Splitting provinces? I mean, yes. Well, okay, hold on. If he means splitting the same way that Victoria 3 creates a new state for having a small part of that, what would be considered that state, then no. But because there are so many locations, functionally it's something similar. Like, we have a level below provinces now, so provinces can be owned partly by somebody else, because there are just so many locations. Natural harbors, big stuff. Cultures, many. A lot of cultural variation in China, not only among the Sinitic peoples. Never heard that term before. Oh yeah, like Sino, okay, yeah. Which have been divided according to their linguistical and dialectical differences, but also having many other types of non-Sinitic peoples. The resulting pie chart for the cultures of the country is a wonder to see indeed, that's a lot. And even if Yuan itself is Mongolian, there are actually few Mongolian people in the country, as only the ruling class would belong to it. That is one other source of trouble for Yuan. The Moist religion? That's crazy. I think it's Moist, but Moist religion. A little bit of Sunni even. Interesting. Considering religion, there was a lot of variation in the Southwest, and one thing you will notice is the clear lack of animism. Oh, also Formosan religion. We have finally eliminated animism as a religion from the game, and have divided it into many multiple ones. Besides this, and some Muslim presence in some areas, there are also small pockets of religions that do not get to appear in the map, like Manichaeism, Nestorianism, Judaism, and Zoroastrianism. And the elephant in the room is the Mahayana, but we have already mentioned that we have plans on dividing it, but more on it at the end. Okay, yeah. So interesting, let's take a look at what we have here, because they didn't really mention everything individually. So we have some Sunni up here, we have Urmiist, right here. Nuo here, we have, can't quite read that, I think it says Kevdab Kuwas, maybe? It's hard to read that. Satsana Phi, Kam, Yao, Formosan, Bimoist. These are like, I've never even heard of these religions. Like, there are so many, it's crazy. It's actually crazy how granular everything in EU5 is going to be. Like, what is Gino? I have no idea. Hani? Lisu? Lahu? Wa? Dongbaist? Kutia? Mishmi? Kundist? Furalong? Doni Polo? I can't even read that. Monpa maybe? Tiwa? Dimasa? Karbi? Sanamahis? There are so many, it's actually insane. I respect not succumbing to using the animist catch-all. Yeah, it's really cool, yeah. I like that there's so much granularity in this. It is gonna make it really interesting to try and figure out how to actually navigate all of this, but like, I wouldn't be surprised actually if by the time they're done, there are like over 50 religions in this game. Or maybe even like 100. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Like, just in this one screenshot, how many religions are we seeing? It has to be at least 20. It's hard to tell really, because some of them are like one province, but then they talked about things that aren't even visible on the map. So there are other religions that we can't even see in this screenshot. If there are religions without even a single province, like they said, how are you going to form, say, for example, Israel? That's a good question. I don't actually know. Well, I think you would have to... It depends on the game settings. So they mentioned in the previous, or maybe two dev diaries ago, where they mentioned the rules you can have for swapping your country's religion. And so maybe there's a way that you can encourage, like maybe if you have better tolerance laws for a particular religion, then a lot of people will move to your country of that religion because you have better tolerance laws, and then maybe you can use that to swap your country's religion, and then maybe from there. That's a possibility. We also haven't seen, for example, like the societies of pops that might exist in an area. Maybe if they gain independence, they will have that religion, and then they can move on from there. I'm sure there are ways. I'm sure it's going to be possible, just for example, something like that. There's a thread in the forums of every religion seen or mentioned. Okay, we might have to take a look. The ultimate stunlock. Raw materials. Is it even worth looking through this? It's so dense, I don't even think it's worth... Like, it's just a block. Just, yep. We got resources. What do you know? Sand. The best resource. Very resource-rich region, which makes it understandable that China was able to basically be self-sufficient in terms of resources for long periods in history. And with many sources of highly appreciated resources, like... Sorry, I got a little bit stunlocked because I think I got a raid real quick, actually. It popped up, but it's white text on a white background, so I literally can't see it. But that looks like a Saf raid. Sass says hi, also she hates you. Yeah, I know, that's crazy. Hi Saf, how's it going? We are yapping a whole lot about some EU5. Cello from half. Corbett, you're actually at China, didn't spend forever. Oh, we're still spending some time here for sure. Welcome Raiders, by the way. Hello everybody. We're a little late to the yapping, unfortunately. We are 3 hours and 40 minutes into today's yap session. But we are so far covering China currently. And we were talking about all the religions they have. They got the moist religion in China. That's crazy. And so later we're going to check out the thread of all of the religions that have been mentioned in the EU5 dev diaries. POV, you're being raided by lesbian pirates. Are you playing Pirate Republic? I don't think I quite caught the topic of your stream today. Hold on, let me see. Let me stalk what you were doing in your stream. How to get a wife in EU4. That's crazy. The Pirate Republic of Lesbos based. I didn't even know that was like a separate tag. Oh no, hold on, I'm looking at it now. That's that is a mod, and it is... Hold on, I'm trying to remember what mod it is just by looking at the thumbnail. Post-Phenum or Antebellum? That's what it looks like to me. Gotta go with the disclaimer now. This yapping and related stunlocks absolutely represent the core content I produce. No. The stunlocks are an aside. They're like a little thing. We don't stunlock that much in this stream. No. This is slander. These are lies. Time for a 30-minute stunlock about EU4 mods. No, we can move on. See, every time someone mentions the stunlocks, it actually breaks me out of the stunlock. It's a self-denying prophecy. Alrighty, markets. Not too much to look at here, except for the fact that the Yuan dynasty does not have a unified market, which of course makes sense. This is a little wacky though. I don't know, that's kind of weird. I feel like this one location should belong to the Nanjing market and not the Hangzhou. In fact, I feel like this stuff up here just shouldn't at all be part of the Hangzhou market, but maybe I don't actually understand the coastal trade relations of 14th century China, so maybe I actually have no ground to stand on here. Corbett, is there a jade good in China? I think there is jade or something. This is gonna be a stun lock again, isn't it? Fine, you get your small stun lock while we look for jade. I don't see it. If it exists, it's in like one province, and I'm not playing Where's Waldo for this. I saw gems. There you go, close enough. Pearls even, close enough. Welcome back, jewelry. They have tea and cola? I feel like they don't have cola. There is jade. In the north? I really am playing Where's Waldo for this, aren't I? I see lead. Well, maybe I'm blind. I'll take your word for it. The black... Oh, they're coal. Not cola. Coal. They meant coal. Block of resources. Beautiful. I feel like the jade doesn't exist, and chat is just telling me that jade exists to get me to look for it when it's not actually there. I think I'm being gaslit. Jade doesn't exist? Okay, I was being gaslit. That's cool. Jade isn't a raw resource. Perfect. The jade is behind you. Yeah, look outside your window. The jade is right there. Okay, what's next? Population 50 bajillion. Smallest population of China. I can see the jade with my 480p travel internet quality bitrate. Surely it's real. True. Yep, there's a lot of population in China, and with that many people and that many resources, it obviously has a lot of potential. We have been following population census of 1351 and 1393, which allows us to have the most accurate values we can have. Now, before closing off, let me turn back once again to the subject of religion, as it has already been pointed out that having a single Mahayana religion covering both China and Tibet and parts of India may not be the best, both for accuracy and gameplay reasons. And we basically agree with it, so we are planning on reworking it a bit, but it hasn't been done this time for these Tinto maps. Okay. However, as we are aware that you are not able to provide proper feedback unless we present you something, let me now share with you what our plans are. Please keep in mind, I will not go into detail about their mechanics and only talk about their distribution. First of all, Tibetan Buddhism will be split and return into its own religion. Although it technically is part of the Mahayana branch, it is true that its practices have distinguished it from Chinese Buddhism enough to represent it as its own religion. Starting from the fact that they do not follow the same canon. Yeah, that'd be a pretty big one. Mahayana, that was present in India, was already an outlier from the start, so it will be made into its own religion. Let's go. Another 20 more religions. Wager, please. Please, 15, maybe 30 more religions. That leaves out that the current Mahayana remaining in-game will be Chinese Buddhism, that is, those following the Chinese Buddhist canon, and it will be present in China, Korea, and Vietnam. The question remains on what to call the religion, and several things have to be considered for that. 1. The religion will already be include blended into it Confucianism and Taoism besides Buddhism, so all three religions are included. That means it can't be named either Confucianism or Taoism, as they are already bundled in. Buddhism was taken as the base name because from the three it was considered as the one mostly oriented towards the religious, right? Confucianism being kind of an administrative practice that more of like a philosophy than a religion necessarily. It was pretty big on meritocracy, bureaucratic exams, that kind of thing. And Taoism was focused on rituals. I don't know that much about Taoism, to be honest. The most similar to one organized religion would be outside of China, right, for Buddhism, okay. As a sub-point on that, and I can't go into the details for it yet, there will be options inside it to favor Buddhism over Confucianism, or the opposite, so that is already covered too, okay. As mentioned, it will be present not only in China, but also in Korea and Vietnam. So naming it something that's too intrinsic to Chinese identity would not be ideal. Yeah. But to be fair, they're also doing that with the shamanism, right? But I guess, I mean, it's... At the start of the game, it's a different situation. So they have the different shamanisms for the different areas in, like, Siberia, right? And those are kind of named after the cultures in those places that are, like, you know, specific for those kinds of shamanism. But, like, not all of them. It would be weird once you expand and have other people and you still call yourself, like, you know, whatever form of shamanism that's specific to the culture. But at the start, it kind of serves its purpose. Yeah, I don't know. That would mean like a term like Sanjiao, although good, would feel a bit out of place when playing, for example, as Korea. Okay. Having the name be directly in Chinese would be the main issue when playing outside of China. Yeah, it just wouldn't make that much sense. Even though it's like... They have these shared characteristics to the point where, like, okay, yeah, maybe this originated in China, maybe it's most populously followed in China. You know, the most people who follow it are in China, but still wouldn't necessarily make sense. Especially if you convert to it, say, for example, playing Japan. That's what they mentioned. So that's kind of fair. So the current name we are considering for this religion is directly Chinese Buddhism. Wait, doesn't that just follow the same issue? Wait. It will be present in Korea and Vietnam. So naming it something that's too intrinsic to Chinese identity would not be ideal. But they're gonna go with Chinese Buddhism. Doesn't that kind of contradict the whole... Okay, whatever. Or even leaving it as Mahayana, understanding that the main current of Mahayana is the version following the Chinese canon anyway. I wouldn't be opposed to that necessarily. Feel free to suggest any alternative naming if you feel there is a better option that we haven't thought of, as long as it takes into consideration the previous points, and of course let us know your feedback on the proposed representation and distribution too. And then next week we're going to look at Korea and Japan. Nice. Second idea better? Yeah, I'm totally fine with it being called Mahayana. If you're already distinguishing the other versions as like very separate from the kind of Buddhism in China, then I think it's fine, maybe. Chinese Buddhism is just where it comes from, origin, while naming it the Chinese name would be strange for non-Chinese people. Oh, that's what they mean. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. Anything that we should look at, maybe? For dev responses. Oh, thank you very much, Pelias. 28, 48, 59, 74, 110. H2, 143, 159, 184. Okay, thank you. Let's go to 28 then. This Yuan really do be looking pretty Portuguese. On other notes, how many releasable tags are there in China? Quite a bit of them will appear during the Red Turban Rebellion. Okay. That makes sense. $48. Also, this one is, I just want to touch on it a little bit, because, like, yeah, this makes sense. So, you know, why wouldn't you call it Zen? That's because Zen is just the Japanese pronunciation of the Chinese Chan, which is one of the sects of Buddhism, so it doesn't really make that much sense. Fair. Unless you wanted to, like, differentiate Japanese Buddhism, but since they don't want to do that, they want to make it the same. And they want a name that represents both. Anyway. Mahayana, gosh, a stupid name. I don't get that, hold on. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't know why it would be a stupid name. So, no comment on that. Anyway, 48, that's where we're going. Will Chinese Buddhism include mechanics for traditional folk religion / Wooism as well? Not really, but one of the many old animism religions in the area has been made into Wooism as an actual separate religion. Okay. Waiter, more religions, please. 59. That's a whole lot of reading. Fully splintered Yuan. Okay, this is the big one. No navigable rivers. It would have been nice, but it's not like a deal breaker for me. It's fine. Hey, Kudge. What's up, Corbett? Hope you're doing well. I'm having a pretty solid weekend. One of the better weekends I've had in weeks, to be honest. Had a great time. Hope everything's going great for you as well. They were discussing it, but yeah, they seem to have decided, yeah. No navigable rivers, but it is what it is. It would have been, honestly, it would have been weird, like, the further you go into the game with navigable rivers, because I think for that kind of thing, you'd have to set a limit on, like, ship size, or, not ship size, navy size. Like, the more ships you have in a navy, it would be, like, basically impossible to fit it into a river at some point. So they'd have to introduce a system of, like, fleet size to rivers. Especially as you get later into the game, fleets become larger, that kind of thing. Like, sending a couple of transports, that would make sense, right? But, like, you definitely would have to make it so that, like, okay, obviously you're not sending your full capital fleet navy down the Yangtze River, right? Like, that's just not happening. Would be funny if you could just build canals mid-war to naval raid inland nations. Yeah, dynamic canals when, actually. That would be pretty interesting. We're already allowed to build canals in EU4 that you shouldn't really be allowed to build. I mean, none of the canals, I think, that you can build in EU4 were built in EU4's time period. Theoretically, they could have been, you know, 1821 compared to when the Suez was actually built. It's not that far off, technically. But yeah. I think it would be cool to have dynamic canals. The Chinese monument canals were worked on during Ming rule. Not true canals, though. There's also, here's a bit of lore for you, I guess, actually. What am I thinking of? The Rideau Canal, which is a very long canal in Canada, was built in 1832. A 202-kilometer long canal. That was a huge engineering project, and that is within the time span of EU4. It's interesting. I mean, it makes sense that you can't build it in EU4 because none of the systems in EU4 would really interact with it. But I would like to see something like that. It is the oldest continuously operated canal system in North America. I don't remember why it was built. I think it was like they wanted to be able to increase the logistics into Canada in case of American invasion. So they're like, okay, the fastest way to get stuff places is with boats, right? So what if we just dig the giant series of canals between these rivers to make it so that we can transport things faster? And that was that was the reason for it, I think. Anyway, I think dynamic canals would be cool. Also, if I remember correctly, there are going to be navigable Great Lakes in EU5, right? I think? But if you have navigable Great Lakes and you don't have the ability to have navigable rivers, then what about, what's the point of it? Could you even build the canal? Would it be useful? The Caspian Sea is navigable, that's true. Maybe it'll have some influence on, market impact, I don't know. It's a pretty low priority thing, so who cares? What was next on that list of things to look at? Did we check out 74 yet? No, we haven't. Even if you consider Mahayana Buddhism to be the representative religion, you still cannot solve a problem. During this period, the state religion of the Mongolian royal family was Vajrayana. They changed back to Tengriism after returning to the steppe, and you must address this confusion. Okay. Once we do the split, the Yuan state will be following the proper religion. Okay, sure. Then we have, what else? 110. We scroll down to Great Lakes Gaming. Okay, let's see. Why is there no Formosan Society of Pops? From my understanding, the people at the time already had knowledge of iron metalworking and will even form a kingdom in the few centuries following. They were not considered suitable enough for that, but we may take another look at that. Okay. If Ming manages to conquer China and take the mandate, will they have their in-game capital in Nanjing rather than Beijing like in EU4? Historically, they were both their capitals, yes, but they preferred Nanjing, unlike Yuan and Qing. As far as I know, there's nothing forcing them to have a capital anywhere, okay? Just for curiosity, how many levies can Yuan raise at the moment? Let's just say a lot for now. It might be a good idea to type out the entirety of Vajrayana. Perhaps. What else do we have? 143. Yay, controversy. Okay. Quite conflicted because the actual size of Macau is far too small for it to be simulated in the game. But Oto, it has immense historical value and was also portrayed in EU4. How will you simulate this? We decided against it. I don't know what it means. Wait. I need context for this. Let me go back to the, Let me go back to see the size of Macau. Okay, hold on. It's gonna be a little harder to see than that. Let's go to the locations. Spoiler for locations. Scroll way down just so I can get a good look at it. Alright. My geography is horrible, right? But, this is... Hong Kong and Macau is, like, here, right? It's, like, really small. Like... Hold on. Maybe I should just check where Macau is. Oh yeah, that is small. That is really not a large piece. It really is just like a small island down there. Okay. But Hong Kong is large enough to be modeled, right? This entire area is Hong Kong, or am I crazy? Oh yeah, it is significantly larger than Macau is. Like, it's by like a lot too, okay. There's a Disneyland in Hong Kong? Okay, anyway, setting that aside. Yeah, so this entire area, this makes sense because it's large enough to be a location, right? Like, that's fine. Over here, it's such a small part. Maybe they could have split it in two and had like a, you know, oversized, not true size technically, but still. Maybe they could have included it as like a larger part. I don't know. I don't know if I care that much, to be honest. Okay, we decided against it due to it being too small and having other mechanics that can represent the foreign presence without the need of a location. Interesting. Okay. What else am I looking for? 159? How would playing as the red turbans work? Would you have to select Yuan, or are they a tag from the start? You have to start as Yuan? That makes sense. Because it's something that happens after the start of the game. Then we have 184. Are there any situations or international organizations in the region beside the Red Turban Rebellion and the Middle Kingdom at the moment? Not that we can talk about right now. Okay, fine. Unique building, perhaps? Or a modifier? Maybe. I don't know, maybe you can own ports or something. Because that's pretty much what that is, right? Like, they own the territory, but it was mostly to be a port for trade. It's also represented in Victoria 3. So I don't know. Anyway. That would technically bring us to the end of all of the Tinto Talks and maps. I'll see you later, Hecate. Thanks for stopping by. Maybe it'll be like the treaty ports in Vic 3. But even then, the treaty ports, like, you own a location for a treaty port. And they're saying, like, they have a mechanic or something? Yeah, other mechanics that can represent foreign presence without the need of a location. So I don't think it's going to be the same, because in Victoria 3, you, like, own the location, you know what I mean? Like, you own that treaty port as Portugal in Victoria 3. But if you can represent it in a different way, like maybe ownership of a port? Maybe? Portugal could just be allowed to use the port while it is technically owned by China? Maybe. The port idea doesn't sit well with me. It is a little bit odd. But I'll wait and see what they have in mind before I make my judgments. Macau is a township, not just a port. Yes, but it's also like extremely small. But then again, they represented it in, wait, did they represent it in EU4? I think they did. Did they represent both Macau and Hong Kong in EU4, or was it just Macau? Only Macau? Yeah, that's the weird thing. They're doing a swap. Yeah, I can see Macau in EU4, but not Hong Kong. I mean, that makes sense, actually. It would make sense for EU4's timeline, because Hong Kong didn't exist. Wait, no, did it? No, it did. I'm sorry, I'm mixing things up a little bit. Wait, no, did it? Hold on, I'm confusing myself. Hong Kong was a concession from the Opium Wars, right? (1841) Preliminary cession of Hong Kong Island to the United Kingdom. Yeah. Wikipedia Stunlock, we love that. Okay, so that would make sense why it doesn't exist in EU4. Because Macau existed for a lot longer. So they're like, okay, we'll have Macau in EU4, that's part of the timeline. But now they're doing the opposite. They're like, actually, no. There will be no Macau, but there will be Hong Kong. Which, I'm gonna say it makes me think that they're going to end the game in like 1846 or something. This pushes back my speculation on when the game is gonna end. Like maybe 1842? 1845? Maybe. Hello Corbin, I've touched grass today. Congratulations. Your weekly quota for grass touching has been fulfilled. Now you don't have to do anything for the rest of the week. Macau had a government side and everything, so it can't just be a plain port. We'll just have to wait and see what they do with it. 4 hours, 4 dev diaries. We still have more, by the way. Like, we're not technically done. I went through the dev diaries, but we do have, like, I don't know, this Saturday building thing? Which, is this like a thread of just multiple buildings that they show off, or no? Is this new that they're doing this? You also have the Johan update a few hours ago? Yeah, that's true. It's 1 building per thread. They've been doing this for months. Alright, get some snacks, chat. We're not done, apparently. Where's the thread? No more hard deadline. It's only 3 o'clock. We have some more time. Scroll more. Oh no. We're not done yet, chat. We have so many to go through. Oh no. There's not much in each. Okay, we can rapid fire them. I'm also not going through the feedback on these. Maybe I will one day. Are my Christmas snacks allowed, or is it too early? It's not even Halloween yet. You gotta get the, you gotta eat enough candy that you get sick of eating candy. That's how it works in October. Only if they're leftovers from actual Christmas, yeah. If you still have some, like, turkey in the fridge or something from last year. Okay, we might as well get started. Reference materials for map posts? I'm curious. Oh? Food-related raw materials. Wool. I mean, anything's edible if you're adventurous enough. What else do we have? No jade. I was being gaslit. That's crazy. That's all I wanted to check. Screenshot without fog of war? Oh, it's just for... okay. Why 1337? Probably, Black Death. I think I already looked at this actually a while ago, so I'm not going to go over it again. Byzantium versus Eastern Roman Empire. You can actually decide to pick, right? Do you want it to be Eastern Roman Empire? Do you want it to be called Byzantium? There you go. Everyone's happy. Late October changes to map. We'll go through that actually at some point. Okay, we're gonna speedrun these buildings or whatever. The maps, the talks can go away. Okay, let's speedrun the buildings. Saltpeter? Oh no. You have no idea how annoying saltpeter as a word is for someone in this chat? What? Oh. Do you sell saltpeter? Anyway, right, so let's go through the buildings. Let's actually wait for that one later. We'll just go through the buildings. Okay, tannery. You get, what is that, cows? Sure. Livestock. Sand? That makes sense. Sure. I don't know what any of these input goods are. And there's nothing else here. It just shows you one, right? Okay. Dev responses. 200 burgers. Okay. Requirements for construction. Cool, cool. You have two different methods. You can use wild game. You can use livestock. Sand. Whatever this is. Cool. Nothing too crazy here, I think. Oh boy. This seems like he's beefing with someone in the comments. Saying those numbers are practically ripped from some free-to-play mobile game. Bruh, yeah. I think I like this response. It's based on the same design I made for a little-known game back in 2003 called Victoria. Not sure how old you are, but I don't remember many mobile games existing in 2002. Yeah, this is... I don't know. This seems stupid. Abstracted numbers for goats makes for a far easier balance. Yup, as writing to every 2 burgers need 5 cows and 35 grams of salt to replace their tools on average, and need to replace their tools on average every 97 days to produce this amount of leather a day, except for Saturdays when they leave earlier and only do 80% of the work. Yeah, no, he's right. Certain level of abstraction just makes it easier to code and much better to play. I don't know, this is dumb. This is dumb. It does require abstraction as long as you have, like, semi-realistic production as far as, you know, our sources go. I think it's fine. I don't care that much. So these are tools, sand, I assume that's sand probably, and then either livestock or wild game, then you get leather. Okay, cool, whatever. Next building, marketplace. Burgers. Marketplaces give assimilation speed. Interesting. Merchant power makes sense. Merchant capacity makes sense. Burgers trade capacity makes sense. Requires, I don't even know what that is. Paper, jewelry, and... I don't know, cloth maybe? Oh, okay, it's a modifier. It's not like missionary strength in EU4. 1% of 0 is still 0. That's what he means. Plus 1%. Currently it's 5 marketplaces is worth an average coastal sea zone with a maximum maritime presence. Interesting. My understanding Burger's trade capacity correctly by assuming it increases the estate's individual trading, as was mentioned in the latest talk. Marketplaces are really good to increase trade, but also makes for far more burgers and makes them richer. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's not spend too much time on this one. There are like 30 of them. Royal Court. That's a whole lot of things. I'm not gonna look at all of them, but you get crown power, efficiency of the cabinet for Royal Court. Cool. It's just like a lot of showing things off. It's interesting. Interesting to me, at least. Rest in peace, Versailles. Speaking of that, you have to wait for a bit. Do non-monarchies get an alternative? Does it get renamed? Yes, based. So Royal Court can become like local administration or whatever. Actually, no, Royal Court is like the one thing that you build in the capital. Yeah, it's like, if it's in the capital, then you benefit by getting crown power and efficiency. If it's not, then it's like a useless building. President's Palace? Sure. Yeah, or maybe you even have like a unique one, like let's say you're playing the United States and it's called the White House. Sure. Parliament building? Yeah. Could be called like Parliament building, Senate, whatever. Maybe even unique stuff. Library. Cultural influence, that's the thing that they haven't touched on yet. Pop promotion speed, that makes sense. Monthly literacy makes sense. Max literacy, sure. Institution growth. I don't remember how institutions work, but makes sense. It seems like people will have to read a bit, just a little. Okay, cool. Libraries. Market village. Interesting. A building type market village. So you build these villages specifically? It's a rural only building. Curious. Peasant power, food capacity, merchant power, merchant capacity. Huh. Okay. I thought if you wanted to make like a market village, you would just build things that improve the market in a particular location. But I guess this is a specific type of thing. Rural only building. 3 different options for the second production method slot. Oh, okay, these are options. I see. Farmer market. A farmer market that produces tools and glass. But yeah, I get what you mean. I guess for some reason I can't just look at the dev-only responses, which kind of sucks. Cannon maker. That's a lot of different... I like how there's like variety in the methods. But what I don't quite understand is that you have the ammunition method and the barrel method, but they both produce cannons? Interesting. Yeah, is the icon supposed to be the same as the barrel icon? Maybe it's just a temporary thing. When the button isn't there, that means there are no dev responses? Oh, okay, so there's just nothing to really look for there. 4th of June 2024 feedback, that was a while ago, sheesh. Splitting guns to firearms and cannons, makes sense. Adding Demi as an estate, what else do we have? It is now diplomatic capacities, not diplomatic relations, sure. New pop type, tribesmen. Fair. Then we have the estates for tribes. A couple of remakes for the Tinto Maps. Redid the coast. More locations. Okay. Cool. Do I care about the dev responses? Let's see. Maybe not. Coastal forts. Maritime presence. Pretty similar to the... What are they called? The bombards? No, that's not what they're actually called, though. The things in EU4 you can build, but you barely build them. Naval batteries, that's the thing. That's what they're called. Pretty similar to those, it seems. Requires guns, requires cannons, tools, weapons, I guess. Okay, cool. Nobility fortifications, oddly specific. Naval batteries are later? Increases the nobles' power but increases fort defense, I see. Oh, the nobles might build these. I keep forgetting that estates will build their own buildings in places. It's something that I'm so not used to because it just doesn't do that in EU4. But yeah, estates want to build things, so of course nobility are going to build nobility fortifications. Like, they're just gonna build their own castles, of course they would. Monthly progress to decentralization? Oh, hold on. They can only build them if you grant them the following estate privilege. Fortification licenses. Cheaper fortifications. Increases progress towards defensive and decentralization. Okay. Next. Settlements. That's gotta be something for migration. Yep, there you go. Can only be built in rural areas where there is a lot of available land. Oh, if the population is far below the capacity. It will be removed if the population grows large enough. Okay, seems relatively simple. Probably the kind of thing you're gonna build in, like, New World colonies. Gives migration attraction and population growth. Pretty cheap to maintain. And then eventually it's going to, like, yeah, disappear once there are enough people. That makes sense. To do, write a reply asking why specifically wild game and wool are required for new settlements and suggesting that things like tools or even weapons would be the most needed on the frontier. Fair? But I mean, wool also kind of makes sense if you consider, I guess, the earliest kinds of buildings they would build, maybe? I don't know. Also interesting that they need wild game. It's a response to the description? Yeah, write a description that represents creating a new settlement with basics such as stores to encourage migration. Yeah. But it is kind of weird that it needs wild game to be built. I mean, it's not, okay, maybe it's not that weird, because the idea is like, okay, if you want to have people settle out here, they need to, like, be able to hunt for food. But then what if you just, like, set them up to farm? I don't know. I feel like maybe it shouldn't be necessary. Leather-based stuff, but they have leather as a good. You know, like, you can create leather, it becomes a produced good. Isn't wool low-key rope in this context? I wouldn't be surprised if there's a rope good, too. The tools and arms is pretty valid? I think the tools are pretty valid. I think there's a substitution system with the goods. Wild game could be subbed out for livestock? Maybe. Wool is also leather, probably, since wool comes on sheepskin. But then why not just use leather? Leather's already a good in the game that exists. We just went over the leather maker, didn't we? Or the tannery. So we know that you can produce leather through a building. So there's no need to like abstract it that way. Well, for clothes, I guess. I wouldn't be surprised if clothes, like leather, are also a thing that can be made through buildings, right? This is a settlement, though? That's true. Like, maybe they're just making their own rudimentary clothing. Maybe you don't have to import clothing into a settlement. Maybe you don't have to import leather into a settlement. I don't know. Wool also includes meat, which is why it's listed as a food resource. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, maybe that makes slightly more sense. Clothes grow on trees. So true. Same for wild game. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm spending too much time on a single building. What else do we have? Chancery. I love my chances. The gambling building. A capital-only building that monarchies, republics, and theocracies can build. The Chancery. If in the capital benefits by max literacy for nobles, max literacy for burghers, and if it's in the capital, the country benefits by cabinet efficiency. Okay. It costs quite a bit, though. Requires lumber, metalworks, glass, fine cloth, books, I guess. Gold, and I think that's marble or stone. Interesting. I don't remember what these little icons mean up here. The banners with 3 or 2 or book with question mark, I don't know. Maybe it consumes food as well. Maybe that's what this is. It's marble? Okay. Sheep farms. We have pretty much what you expect. Food production increase. Okay, so wool is very much considered part of food, I guess. So you need wheat, lumber, and tools. Lumber presumably just as maintenance. Obviously wheat to be grain for feed for the sheep. Tools for, you know, shearing and all that stuff. Naturally, that makes sense. Nothing too crazy here. Jewelers Guild. A guild I imagine would be built by the burghers, probably. It's an early production building type that you can construct in towns or cities. Choose from a fairly broad range of production methods to make you the most profit. Can have a silver or gold base, and then you can choose to enhance it with ivory, amber, gems, or pearls. Ooh, that's kind of cool. That's pretty neat. I figure a kind of guild building is also probably going to be built by, like, the burghers. They'll just build it themselves, because it'll make them more money. So we probably won't have to, like, manually build a lot of buildings, I think. Unless they're, like, government ones. You know, it might end up being a similar situation to in Victoria 3 at some point. If you're playing, like, capitalist in Victoria 3, then government construction is usually focused on stuff that the market doesn't build. So, like, at some point, you might just go, okay, let the market build whatever it will build, and in the meantime, I will build, like, the ports, and the administration, and the universities, and, you know, all those things. I think this is going to be a pretty autonomous building in EU5. So, in case anyone was worried about having to, like, micromanage 50 trillion buildings in 5 billion locations, I'm sure a lot of it's going to be automated. Tar kiln. Turns wood into tar. Does what it says it does. There you go. Irrigation. This could be interesting. Interesting that it's a building type. Gives population capacity and food production, makes sense. It seems pretty cheap, actually, to do irrigation. You just need a bit of masonry and a couple of tools for upkeep. Although it's not a particularly productive building, you know, it's just 1,000 population capacity. The numbers probably mean if it can be built in a city, town, or rural location. Oh, I see. That makes sense. I'm sure it's going to have upgrades as well. I'm sure a lot of these buildings are going to have upgrades. You need food for everything? That's crazy. It's kind of how things work. I think you need food because you're also using population to work on it, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe the food icon just means that it has a modifier to food. So, you know, food production increase. But that seems kind of self-evident, so I don't really know what the icon's for. Anyway, irrigation. We love irrigation. Irrigation is the future. Here's a town and city only. Okay, that makes sense. I think you're right about that, actually. It's gonna be... This is town, this is city, and then level 1 is rural. Isn't Vicky 3 government construction better for industry since you can use the privatization money to avoid going bankrupt while overspending a lot? I think when you, it depends. It depends on the stage of the game. Like early game, you want to focus on industrializing because your landowners are gonna like build stupid stuff. So like yes. But mid to late game, like the privatization money as in like the investment pool? Or do you, oh, you mean actual getting money from privatizing. Usually you get less than you spend on making the building, I think. Maybe it depends. But I think you usually get like a pretty bad return on investment when you build a building and then sell it. But it helps because you can build what you want in a specific direction. I mean, we don't have to get into like the Vic 3 tangent, but like at a certain point, especially you can just like swap to laissez-faire and then just, you know, you have like a bunch of construction points and then the privatized economy or the private sector can just kind of like use a lot of money anyway. Privatization can pretty much let you build infinitely while losing money. Well, yeah, while losing money. That's the big part of it. Because when you privatize, you don't get all the money back. It allows you to pick what's being built. That's what's useful. You get more than you lose if you have enough construction sectors? Oh, that's what you mean. I don't know. Anyway, the entire point behind me saying that was like, the game's probably gonna play itself. Like, sure, if you want to like basically min-max or get exactly what you want, almost command economy under laissez-faire, then sure, but if you have a large deficit, but you're still getting enough to be completely stable. Yeah. Anyway, where were we? Saltpeter Guild. Not a lot to see here, to be honest. It makes saltpeter. What even is saltpeter? That's what you use in gunpowder, right? Oh, common food preservative. What do you know? And additive, fertilizer, and oxidizer. For fireworks and rockets, lovely. Pre-nitrate gunpowder. that copper on the left? Is that copper? I don't think so. Thought it was like rock salt or something. Clay, maybe? No, salt would be like a different icon, probably. I don't know. Wharf. One of the early ports. Cool. Your town, sand cities? That's crazy. Distance cost to capital through port reduction, monthly sailors, merchant capacity, harbor suitability, can build ships here, yes. Cool. Requires tar, naval supplies, metalworks, and lumber. Makes sense. Uses, I think these are burgers, I'm pretty sure. Combine chat to get half a chemist. Fishing village. Building number 237. Okay, rural coastal cities, possible nobles, possible clerics, possible burghers, peasant power, food production, merchant capacity. Input good is salt to simulate dried fish, maybe? Oh, I see. So that's what salt looks like. It looks a little too much like flour. Am I crazy? I feel like maybe they should use a different icon. To me, when I see like a sack with some kind of granular stuff in it, it looks quite a bit like I associate that with flour. Salt, flour, and sugar all look the same from afar IRL though. Yeah, but I feel like this is more typically what you'd associate with flour, you know what I mean? Like how for sugar they would use like sugar cane as the icon. Or for salt maybe they would use a salt shaker, even if salt shakers, for example, maybe didn't exist or whatever, but it's just like a more clear icon. Unfortunately, I have mixed flour and sugar on accident before. Huh. A wood input cost might be appropriate for, you know, the boats. That's fair. That's fair, actually. Maybe you should have some kind of, like, lumber input. Make it pinkish, maybe? Oh, maybe, yeah. Stockade. Helps with the defense without propagating a zone of control. Zone of control's confirmed. Garrison size increase. Okay, real question. Is there actually a... Is there a point to this? It's only helpful if you already have, like, a fort, because this isn't the fort. It's not like fort level +1, it's just garrison size, right? Tar, that makes sense. Weapons, that makes sense. Lumber, sure. I wonder what the point of this is. Oh, it gives one fort level as well. I don't know why it's not shown. Never mind. Okay, that's good to know. Because I was going to say, if it adds garrison but not a fort level, then the garrison's irrelevant. It literally does not matter. But it does add a fort level, so therefore, it actually kind of matters. That's good. Granaries. Probably food capacity. Yep, +500. Requires 1,000. I assume that's peasants, but they use a different icon now, I think. Possible production methods. You have grain. You have, I think that's rice. Grain. Or is that like barley or something? Is this rice? This might be rice. What does rice look like, chat? Like rice plants. Sturdy grains? Oh, maybe. So it would be like barley? I see. Because rice plants do have that little, you know, they're kind of droopy, you know, if you look at the plants themselves. This actually does kind of, no, this is more like rice. I think this is sturdy grains, and this is rice, and this is just grains. Or like wheat, I think. Specifically wheat, then sturdy grains, then rice, then corn or maize or whatever. Then we have potatoes, let's go. Okay, so clearly there has to be a way, since I'm looking at potatoes, right? If there are potatoes, then that means there needs to be the Columbian Exchange. And that means we need to be able to change the production method in a location. We must be able to grow potatoes in Ireland. It's necessary. Scroll, someone asked the rice question. Is that rice? Well, let me go to the... Oh, there's no dev response. That's crazy. I think that's rice. Because it looks droopy enough. You know how, like, the rice plants, they kind of droop off to the side? And it has, like, what looks like grains of rice here. Compared to this, which looks a little closer to barley. Could they build granaries in the New World? I mean, of course. Of course they can build granaries in the New World. That's why you have, like, the options for maize and potatoes. It's kind of odd that one of the choices is, like, you need to have at least some maize, but also potatoes. Assuming those are potatoes, they look like it. Yeah, you can. As in, like, you can make potatoes grow in Ireland? Oh, what do you know? We do have a list. That's a lot of stuff so far. Wine? These are separate from these. Okay. Wine, liquor, beer, fur, lumber, amber, masonry, mercury. Are we chasing after immortality or something? Jewelry, fine cloth, paper, salts. So this is salt. Okay, so there's no flour. Well, maybe there is. I haven't actually checked yet. Sugar, uses sugar cane. That makes it a little easier to figure out. Salts, I don't see a grain here. I think it's just represented. Rather, there's no flour, which is probably just going to be represented by wheat, you know? They probably won't have you mill flour in a different building, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Then we have fish, wheat, livestock, gold, stone, glass, horses, weaponry, sturdy grains, sand, books, clay, medicaments, tools, leather, tar, naval supplies, wild game, copper, tin, looking a little funky, marble. Some of these are repeats. I think we went through most of these, didn't we? Glass, beer, cloth, paper, leather, lumber, fiber crops, tools. Okay, never mind. Stone, weaponry, rice, dyes, tar, jewelry, yeah. All these things that we've kind of seen before. Iron, silver. These are potatoes, nice. Most of these things I think we've seen. There's no ammunition though, from what we can tell, so... Interesting. Okay, so I think that's rice then. Cool. Sergeantry. Military thing, I assume. Crown power, 25%. Oh, if built in the capital, then the capital benefits by crown power, monthly manpower plus 5. We're gonna have a hell of a time playing EU5. Can recruit regiments here, yes. Cool. A building that can be built in any capital of a monarchy. Okay, Distillers Guild. Alcoholism, nice. A lot of different options here. They require clay, glass, and something that can be fermented. So, sugar, which would produce, moonshine, I think? Yeah, maybe? Rice for something like, like a rice wine, or something like sake. Rum for sugar? Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, that makes more sense, actually. Potatoes, you can make vodka with that, of course. Wheat, you can make beer. I don't know what this is, actually. So wait, you can turn beer into alcohol? But beer is alcohol, I'm confused. Or is this meant to be the representation for barley? Or hops, maybe. Hold on. Let me go to that last one and go back to the list. Because I don't remember what that is. What was that? Granary? The list? That is beer. Turning beer into alcohol? It's hard liquor? Oh. I see. Okay. And then, of course, you can make wine with grapes. Unless that is wine. Specifically, instead of just grapes. Wine, okay, nice. So you can turn wine into hard liquor? I guess so. Let's put that there, actually. Okay, cool. Noble Villa. 2 nobles live there. That's crazy. I like how granular everything is, to the point where you can have a villa that actually just has 2 people in it. Literally just 2. Wine was a controversy in some of the earliest dev diaries. People wanted grapes. Well, I think it's because a lot of vineyards are actually also just like wineries, right? I might be wrong, but it was often the case that wine would be produced by vineyards as well. They were like, you know, they gather the grapes and then they make the wine on site. Like, typically they were kind of the same rather than being transported. Anyway. Yeah, literally just 2 nobles. Gives 50% more power and 20% nobles food consumption in a location. So this is the kind of thing that the estates will just build for the sake of building them. Like, there's no benefit for you here. There's nothing useful. It's just the nobles getting more power and they consume more food. And one of the reasons I just sort of assumed that about vineyards is because I actually went to a vineyard this last summer. It was pretty cool. The wine was alright. I'm not like a big wine guy, but like it was decent. So yeah, it's literally just like no benefits. Tools workshop, there we go. Building them is useful as well. Of course that makes sense. This is, copper, right? No, this is copper. Wait, what's that then? If this is copper, then what is... Oh, maybe they changed the icon. Or maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it's bronze? That's iron. Wait, I thought this was iron. Oh, this is stone. That's crazy. This is stone, that's iron. I had just assumed that the bottom was iron, but of course iron, when you mine it, is oxidized. Yeah, okay, never mind. Of course, right, when you mine iron, it's... yeah, okay. Of course. Scroll down, they added a bronze production method. In here. Oh my god, there's so much in here. Hold on, I was not expecting to get flashbanged with like a bunch of information. Let me show dev responses. Could there be a production method for copper/bronze tools? Should be doable, we just added stone as a way for those without iron metallurgy, so based. How many buildings are there total, or are going to be total? We have no cap or set goal of how many there will be. If something is required for the game, it's added. Based. Added bronze tools. Hey, there you go. You get some copper, you get some tin, slap it together, boom, tools. And, are bronze tools better than iron? I don't even remember. I don't know, actually. Bronze bends. Iron is far superior to bronze? Oh, okay. How would it be better? I'm just guessing, I don't know. I'm no metallurgist. I think I make tools in the backyard just to test them? I don't know. Bronze Age was before the Iron Age? What do you know? Iron is more common. Okay, so why was the Bronze Age first if it's worse iron? Or if it's worse than iron? Is it because the melting point of copper and tin are low enough that you can make bronze easier? Like, I know steel is good, right? Because it's like carbon reinforced iron, right? That is why? Okay, I see. Bronze cannons can be remelted and recast, iron cannot. I see. Bronze is better than cheap iron. Okay, I don't know what the difference between bronze and brass is, actually. Brass is copper and zinc, and bronze is copper and tin. Okay. But brass is not a very good thing to make tools out of, I don't think. Bronze does not rust, though. So iron oxidizes. Steel also oxidizes, but less, I think? If you played modded Minecraft, you'd know about the metal alloys. I do play modded Minecraft, but I haven't gotten to the brass part of modded Minecraft. I know about bronze, but I don't make bronze stuff in modded Minecraft. I make, like, good stuff. Brass is good for gears like clocks. Apparently it's, like, somewhat conductive too, so that's cool, I guess. Anyway, enough about metallurgy. Tool workshop, that's cool. Then we have the die maker. This is old modern Minecraft. Yeah, we're talking like Tinker's Construct type of Minecraft, when you have like brass and stuff. So when you don't have huge access to natural dyes, then you can just make dyes with lumber. Okay, that's cool. And mystery gem, mystery metal number 3. Whatever that is. I don't think I see that anywhere. What is this? I think that's coal. It looks a little bit silvery for coal. What is it? If it's a die maker, maybe it's coal. What's the mineral input in the second option? Gemstone? Maybe it's gems, but did we see gems already? These are gems. They're pretty vibrant. What kind of dye can be made out of just wood? Brown dye. I don't know. Black dye from charcoal? Yeah, I mean, obviously there's that. Alum? It's the only raw good we haven't seen the icon for. That kind of makes sense here. Maybe it's alum? Because I don't know if we've seen alum yet. Okay. Alum isn't black though? Yeah, but this isn't black either. It's like, I can see like little bits of blue. Some areas are kind of light. What even is alum? Potassium aluminum sulfate. Okay. I mean, it doesn't really look like alum. Alum looks kind of like more milky salts. Like it's a little bit more opaque. What a stunlock we have here. Well, I kind of want to know, but I guess we'll never know. One more, chat. Just one more building. Admiralty. This is the one for today, I think. If in the capital, it benefits you by getting sailors, and you can build ships in the capital. Let's go. Time for me to build ships in God, what's the name of the capital of Mongolia? Karakoram, but like not really. Ulaanbaatar. I was thinking of Karakoram in my mind, but that was like yeah, never mind. I was gonna make a joke about like, yeah, having like sailors in Karakoram playing as Yuan, but anyway. The historical one is what I was trying to make a joke about. Mongolia has a navy though. Good for them. I really don't know what to say to that. Good for them. Hold on. There is a misconception that the tugboat Sushbatar and its crew are the Mongolian Navy. Get fact-checked, chat. Ooh. That's crazy. That's wild. Anyway, Admiralty gives you monthly sailors, allows you to build ships in the capital, assuming your capital is coastal, right? This is why you never trust chat, true. If in the capital, the country benefits from getting navy morale too, that's cool. So if you're playing as like Holland, I guess. Because I think your capital is coastal. Maybe it isn't, I don't know. Anyway, cool. That's the last building we have, actually. So then we have the last things that they wanted to show off. Like the reworks. That were actually, this is stuff from today. This is hot off the press. Hot off the press maybe 5 hours ago. So let's see, we implemented the new river calculations, so now control and market access take advantage of it, so based. You can actually see the river now, that's cool. Started breaking up the animism religion. Whew, yeah, they have. Oh boy, they have. That's a lot. Waiter, more religions, please. All of these are religions? That's crazy. Okay, so obviously we have Sunni. But let's count them. There's like 40 religions in this screenshot alone. Yeah, I'm telling you, if there aren't more than 100 religions in EU5, I'm gonna be shocked. I remember looking at the first screenshot of religions they talked about. Or that they showed off, and I saw like 7 religions in North America, and I'm like, oh, that's crazy. That's a lot of religions, you know? And then they're like, no. We haven't even gotten started. Like, they're adding a religion for like each location here. I think there's a rework about the Admiralty in the comments. Oh, I don't think I got to that. Hold on. Oh, you can't build it on an inland capital? Okay. Are the employees burghers? They are burghers. Maybe nobles would be better? I don't know. We can remove the port restriction and the sailor/build bonus and find some other naval related bonus. Yeah, maybe that would be a good idea. So that you don't have to have like a coastal capital and have that, you know? Like, here's a question. Is London a coastal location in the game? Because if not, then this wouldn't make much sense. If, like, you can't build a navy-based building in London, then, like, you might have to rework something. If it's capital specific and you can build it in London and it affects the navy, then maybe you should probably rework that. Yeah, it's inland. Yeah. There's not really a lot of nations with a naval capital. Yeah, like a lot of places will have a capital that's somewhat close to the coast, but it's not like completely on the coast. It's not like literally coastal. Like it'll be usually pretty close, but it's not literally coastal. And so requiring a capital building to be coastal limits a lot of countries who were historically very focused on the navy from building that, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. But a river that can support navies from the ocean is coastal in reality. Yeah, so because they're not having navigable rivers, I imagine you probably can't build ships in London and then send them out. Probably. Anyway, yeah, that's a good change, I think. So let's get back to our map of the bajillion religions in Africa. We have... Let's count them, actually. So there's the elephant in the room, Sunni. And then we'll just go along, let's say, like, west to east. So there's this, I can't even read. I think that's Godan or Godala, maybe. That might be Godala, so that's 1, 2, rather, because of Sunni. Fulba, 3. Wolof, 4. Afarug? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, that's 5. Or a Tarug? I'm not sure. 6. Mande. 7. Jola. 8. Manjak. 9. Balanta. 10. Tenda. 11. Baga. 12. Temne. I don't know how to pronounce any of these, by the way. 11. I literally can't read this one, so I don't know. Did I say 11 already? I don't know. 12. Bulum. 13. Gola. 14. Kisi. I think we went over Monday already. I keep forgetting what I'm on right now. There's also one off screen a bit, so 12. Let me count. I'm gonna count anyway. I'm gonna pretend that we're at 13 for this, maybe. Or 14, because I kept losing track. Nyesoa, we're gonna call that 14, even though I'm probably wrong. Senufo, 15. 16, Akom. 17, Gurunzi. 18, Mosi. 19, Dogon. I keep checking to see if I've already gone over one. 20, Dagbani, I don't think we went over. 21, Gonja. 22, Tem. 23, Kabia. 24, Mampruzi. 25, Gurma. 26, Bariba. 27, Vodun. 28, Isese. 29, Nupe. 30, Edo. 31, Ija. 32, Odinala. 33, Igala. 34, Idoma. 35, Gabari. 36, Bori. 37, Abwoi. 38, Bantoid. Bantoid, maybe? 39, Adamawa. 40, Sao. 41, Mandara. 42, Bagwirmi. 43, Tunjur. 34, Daju. 35, Nubian. Or 45, rather. 46, Monichang? I probably lost count really poorly along the way. 47, Seru. There's a 48 that I can't read, a 49 Zande, and then maybe like a 50 that I can't read. I probably miscounted a lot of them, to be honest. They have 44 here in West Africa, so not in the entire image. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That's a lot. You forgot Sunni? I don't think I forgot it. I thought I started with Sunni. And then maybe some others that aren't even represented here. That's a lot. That's a lot. I don't know how they're going to make unique mechanics for each of these. I am going to guess that they will not. But like, damn. That's crazy. I hope that the river can be navigable so that ships can enter the river and blockade it in war. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. William Frost, forum poster, is unaware. Lacking critical information. Can't wait for the OPM religion world conquest. Real. Tragic. I really hope we can build canals at some point. But, huh. So now I'm gonna be... I'm not gonna be surprised, actually. to see what they're cooking up with, like, North America and South America. Because if this is what they managed to do with just West Africa, like, okay, yeah, never mind. There are actually going to be like 300 religions in this game. Like, you start off thinking like, oh, hopefully we have over 30. You know, in EU4, what do we have? Like 20 religions or something? Maybe more than 20. Maybe we have like 30 religions in EU4. So like, oh, maybe, hopefully we have over 50. Oh, don't worry, we have over 50 in West Africa. Okay. Relax, I guess. So far, there are 132 known religions in EU5. And we haven't even... We're only looking at like a fraction of the continent so far in terms of the religious diversity. Because they're going to revisit South Africa. Which I think we've already looked at, maybe. Have we looked at all of Africa? I feel like we have. I feel like we've looked at West Africa and East Africa at least. We have. So we've seen like Sub-Sahara. I mean, this is Sub-Sahara. What am I talking about? Like we've seen Congo. We've seen South Africa. We've seen all of them. It was all animist at the time? Exactly. So I'm thinking like, this is one part. One part of Africa, and they've just added like another 40 religions. I wonder if religions will nest into regional religions, and if religions like Christianity will get more gradation. Yeah, for sure, they have quite a bit of granularity already for Christian religions. Like, I think we already have like double the number of religions or denominations for Christianity confirmed. Obviously, they're not all going to be present at the start. And I mean, yeah, that's another thing, is that we're not going to have every religion present at the start. Quite a few are going to pop up later. And there's one that I don't quite remember the name of. The one where they're like, yeah, how about we just make the mechanic for that religion predetermined dice rolls? Because that would be funny. It's one of the Christian denominations. I think there was a Bosnian Christian religion. Yeah, Christiani. Calvinism, that's the one. Where they're like, well, maybe it's that one, hold on. They said something at the start where they're like, yeah, for the religions... If I can find it. Map? Is this the one? So we see the whole map. Do we see the religious map mode too? No, we don't. Never mind. It's somewhere. I'm pretty sure we had like a global religious map somewhere at some point. It's not in there. Ah, here we go. Religious overview. There we go. So this is what it used to look like. The religion map. Boy, have they changed things. And I'm just looking over here. I'm like, wow, so that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 maybe? Religions. We're not going to count animism. 14 religions, and that's at the start here. So they're going to do some crazy stuff in North America. But also, where's the thing with Calvinism? Here we go. Some examples include the fact that countries with Jain as their state religion cannot start wars without a casus belli, and that Calvinist countries will never re-roll the dice in a battle as everything is preordained. Super funny. Anyway, I think that's kind of everything we have for today. It's been like a solid 5 hours. There are a handful of religions in Siberia alone. Yeah, and I think they're gonna like also revisit that, they said. Shame, we were so close to another 7. You know what that means? You need to play a Calvinist run. No birding, no nothing. True. Because everything was preordained, so if I end up losing the game, then that was actually the outcome determined from the start. Can't bird. I think that's everything we're gonna do for today. It's like 4:19. I need to go and get ready to make dinner because I'm making something fancy. It's gonna take time because I suck at cooking, so that's why I need to start early. Anyway, I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your Sunday, because like we're kind of done, you know. We are done for today. Uh-oh, I moved something. Put it back. There we go. Alright, I need to get up and stretch. I've been sitting here for 5 hours. Finally, less than 2 hours of a Sunday. And finally, fewer than 7 hours stream for covering Dev Diaries. And all it took was me covering 4 Dev Diaries instead of 10. I think that actually means that the rate of covering Dev Diaries has slowed down. It's actually like longer for each Dev Diary. the longer I keep doing these. Like the first one took me 7 hours, and I did not take that long in each Dev Diary. And now it's like more than an hour per Dev Diary. Yeah. But there's so much to talk about and so many things to stunlock for, so I think it's fair. Anyway, we don't have to stunlock anymore. Yeah, we're gonna end off today's stream actually. And I will, you know how I keep saying I'll put out a stream schedule on Sundays and then I never do it? That's crazy. Anyway, there might be a stream schedule for this upcoming week. Maybe. It might be. Might make more sense to play like spooky games on like the week from the 28th to the 3rd. But there might be one spooky game next week, maybe. We'll see. By release, it'll be 7 hours per Dev Diary, hopefully. Anyway, favorite stunlock of the day. No, we're not doing this. I know what you're trying to do. We're done. We're done for today. Alright? Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I will maybe put out a stream schedule. Maybe. I'll think about it. I'll think about it and then probably not do it, but I will at least think about it. So there you go. Anyway, I'll catch you guys sometime this upcoming week, alright? Have a good one. Bye-bye. Actually, no, that's the wrong thing. I'm supposed to say bye bit. My bad. Bye bit.